Yeah, welcome everyone. My name is Anna Rhodes and I'm an outreach officer at the Collections Trust. And I'm really delighted to welcome you all here today to our second Collections Symposium, our Documentation and Practice Symposium, which has this year's theme of Banish the Backlog. So this is a partnership event between the Collections Trust and Museum Development England, and it's been funded by the Arts Council. And I'm joined today by, on co-hosting duty by my museum development colleague, Sarah. Sarah, I don't know if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see so many of you here. I'm Sarah Sinker from Museum Development Southeast. I work on the collections arm of the programme, including with Collections Trust on their training. I'll be hosting this afternoon, so I'll see you then.
Thanks, Sarah. So yeah, we've got a full day of case studies for you today. So this today, it's all about that documentation and practice. So it's going to be looking at like real life examples of how people have managed to banish that backlog, how they've managed to get those inventories in place. So, it's really great because we're going to hear lots of real life examples, but also thinking about kind of lessons learned as well. So hopefully lots of things that you can kind of take away from the session today. I can see we have 123 people in the room at the moment. So we've got people from all over the UK here today. It'd be quite nice if you can kind of get a feel for who's here, if people want to start introducing themselves in the chat. So on your menu bar at the bottom, you should have a box that says chat. If you click on that at the top, you'll be able to see that you can send a message to everyone here or just to the hosts and panelists. But it'd be really great if you started to introduce yourselves in the chat, using that kind of everyone drop box. And as well as Sarah and myself hosting today, as always with these things, there are a lot of people working behind the scenes to make this day happen. So, I'm being supported here by my colleagues from Collections Trust. So it's a little special shout out to Sarah and Lindsay. I also wanted to say thanks to the Arts Council who have dealt with all the bookings for today's session and also sent you out the joining links. And also we must say a big thank you to Anita Hollinshead, freelance museum consultant, as she has arranged all our wonderful speakers today and put the programme together for you. So I can see the chat is going, lots of people introducing themselves. So thank you for that. You can use the chat today as we go through. We'll be posting links, myself and my colleagues will be posting links in it. You're also, welcome to use it to post links, to share ideas as well. Okay, so, this was the slide. Documentation and Practice Symposium. Welcome, everybody. So I'll just start with a little bit of housekeeping. So we are in a Zoom webinar today, so it's a bit different from those usual Zoom meetings that we have for any of you that have been to our Zoom training before. So we're in a webinar, so your cameras and your microphones are automatically turned off. So, as attendees, you won't be able to turn those on. The only people that you will see on your screen will be the speakers and the co-hosts. We have got live captioning available, so stage text are, captioning this event for us. So we're going to mention how we're using the chat, but we're also going to be using the question and answer function as well today. So again, this is a bit different. So if you haven't been in a Zoom webinar before, it does look a little bit different. So we're going to use the chat for, introducing ourselves, sharing links, having that kind of peer discussion. And when you've got questions for the case studies, you'll want to use the question and answer box. So again, it should be on your toolbar at the bottom. Sometimes it's hiding in that like more one. So sometimes you have like little more button with those three dots on it. If you click on that, you should be able to bring up the question and answer box. And that is a place for you to type in your questions for any of our speakers today. So we're going to have the case studies and then we're going to have a morning question and answer session. And then after lunch, we'll have more case studies and another question and answer session at the end of the day. So please do pop in any of those questions and then we'll have the opportunity to answer them. And if you're having any problems today with any of the kind of tech, then do send as a message in the chat. So as I said, we've got some support here who can help you. So if you're struggling with anything, then if you go to the chat and you can click down just to send a message to all the hosts, and we can read that and we can hopefully help you. But hopefully it will run seamlessly and the technology will work, and we'll have a really good day. Okay, so I can see the chat is still full of people. We're up to 141 people in the room. So I'm just going to do a little run through about what the programme looks like today. So our first speaker and our keynote speaker is Sarah Hartshorne. She's the Museum Development Programme Manager, and you can see her title, what makes a well-run museum. She is going to be giving us a kind of talk through the accreditation redesign. So again, when she's speaking, if you've got any questions, do pop them in that question chat box. We're then going to be moving on at 10 to 11, and we're going to hear from Lydia Gaines, the Heritage Coordinator at the Deaf Museum in Manchester, and also from Lindsay Jones, the Museum Development Advisor for Museum Development North. And they're going to be talking about how they did a complete inventory of the Deaf Museum, and how much of that was carried out by volunteers. We're then going to go for a break at 10 past 11. When we get back, we got a 10-minute break, no, 15-minute break. When we get back, we're going to hear from Dr. Stephanie Treeden and Lucy Ellis, both registrars at the Natural History Museum. And they're going to be talking about a major store move that they did that led to an inventory project. As is often the way, sometimes these kind of external activities kind of lead the way for then doing that inventory project. And when we're talking about a major store move, I had a sneak peek at their slides. This is 27 million specimens. This is a huge project. After that, at 11:45, we will be hearing from Katie Hudson, Collections Project Coordinator at the Arts Council Collection. And she's going to be kind of deep diving into temporary numbers. So talking about how they dealt with those temporary numbers that they've inherited, but also dealing with new temporary numbers as well. Then we'll have that question and answer session, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. And then this afternoon, so we've got an hour for lunch, so we come back at 25 minutes past 1. And then the first session after lunch is from Heather Stracey, Senior Collections Officer at the Amelia at Tunbridge Wells. And she's going to be talking about a kind of a crisis. They had a disaster, really. They had a flood in their museum, but really kind of taking away some positives from that, thinking about how that allowed them to improve their documentation. So really thinking about a kind of a positive legacy for what was really quite a distressing situation. We're then moving on to hearing from Beyond the Exhibition, which is Morgan Bell, the collections manager, and Hannah Price, the curator at the Whipple Museum of the History of Science in Cambridge. And they're going to be talking about how the research they did as a big kind of anniversary exhibition, how that fed back into their documentation, so kind of creating a lasting legacy within their catalogue. We've then got a break before hearing at 20 past 2 from Tilly Morton, who's the collections decant coordinator at the Museum of Gloucester. And again, she's talking about, how they had a store move and how that kind of kick-started their inventory. And she's going to talk about, the store move led to an inventory, which also then kind of segued into a collections review and disposals project. We're then, last two ones, we're going to hear from Emily Lansell, who's the collections auditor, and Dr. Alexandra Hill, who's the librarian at the Wellcome Collection. They've been doing a lot of work inventorying their early printed books and ephemera. And they're really focusing on kind of how to manage those locations. So thinking about location management within your inventory. We then have a break before hearing from the last case study of the day. This is Thomas Smith from the Science Museum Group. And they've been really working to improve their accountability in their collection records. So, really focusing on targeting those incomplete records, trying to build up, a better picture of their documentation. And that's really led to a real kind of culture change in how they've been approaching documentation. And and then we'll finish with a question and answer session. So we've got a really kind of busy, packed day with lots of real like nuts and bolts experience of people undertaking their inventory projects. If you're kind of thinking that actually you might want to take a step back and think about inventory, what does inventory mean? We're going to be talking a lot about it today, is an accreditation requirement. I'm just going to pop into the chat um, a link which is our next briefing session on inventory. So on the 16th of June, we will be doing a short national briefing, which is one of the sessions we do with museum development, which just kind of goes through the spectrum, minimum requirements for inventory and what that looks like. So, if you're sat here and after the session you're thinking, actually, maybe we should look at our inventory, then I'd kind of recommend you signing up for that session. That's available for those of you that are in Museum Development England regions. But okay, I'm already 1 minute over, so I will pass us over to our keynote speaker. So I'm really delighted to introduce Sarah Hartshorne. So Sarah, if you would like to turn your camera on.
Hello, I should be here.
Hello, you're there. So yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. I'll hand over to you.
No, thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. So yeah, as mentioned, my name's Sarah Hartshorne. My role at the moment, so I work for Arts Council England and I'm the Senior Manager for Museums and Cultural Property. What that means is I get to look after, from the Arts Council side of things, the Museum Development Programme, elements of accreditation, which I'll be talking about today, and also the designation scheme. So before I jump in, I just wanted to say just how lovely it is to be in year 2 of this symposium. I played a really small role last year when we were setting it up, and it's just nice to see it go from strength to strength. And I'm very pleased I'm going first so that after this I can relax and just enjoy the jam-packed agenda. I know I'm going to get a lot from it. So thanks to everyone who's made this happen. It's just, yeah, really nice to take the time out and just chat through collections and documentation. So the reason I'm here to do the keynote today is to deep dive into accreditation, and in particular what it makes a well-run museum through the lens of the scheme. Now, when I've said museum accreditation, some people might have groaned, some people may have smiled, some people might be indifferent on the call. My ambition over the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so, is to make you really hopeful for the future of the scheme and how that can meet you where you are in your context as museum professionals, to help you just really explain how you're just doing great stuff and you're well run through the perspective today, through collections documentation, but just more broadly. It's quite a big ambition for half an hour, but I'm hopeful and positive that we can do it. So before you go into full listening mode, I just wanted to do a little bit of guided meditation with you all to kick us off. So I want you to all imagine you're in your museum and you're looking around. What makes it well run? What are the things you expect to see when you're thinking about a well run museum? How are the staff or volunteers behaving? What documentation might you expect to have? What plans and policies and procedures? What might it feel like as a visitor? And if we take that kind of thinking forward a little bit further, what does that mean from a collections documentation point of view? What is a well-run museum when it comes to collections documentation? What is the minimum amount of information you expect a well-run museum to have? How do you expect them to look after it? What would your expectations be around development of collections information for a well-run museum? So feel free, put it in the chat, make a little note on a post-it, that's how I like to work. Take a mental picture of that. And hopefully, in half an hour's time, when I've talked you through what's going on in the redesign, and I present our vision of what we think a well-run museum in this area looks like, it feels like there's a lot of alignment. So, whilst you hold on to that, just to explain what I'm going to do and talk through, we're at a really exciting point in the scheme, the redesign. So there's a huge project going on at the moment to reimagine the museum accreditation scheme. So I am going to spend a little bit of time talking you through that project, which I think is important, and about how we find ourselves here now. Looking at the standard in 2026. But then I am going to share what some of our thinking is for what collections, well-run collections look like from a well-run museum. There is some world exclusives happening on this call today. I'm going to show you what is actually drafted down at the moment in the process of us working to kind of release the new standard this year. So we've got that image in your head of what makes a well-run museum. You can sit back and relax for a minute. I'm just going to talk you through the history of the scheme and how we got here now. So there's a picture on your screen of all of the standards that have existed in relation to the museum accreditation scheme. Gold star to anyone who's been involved with all five standards. Do say in the chat, because there's not many people now. I've personally been involved in the last two in terms of using them to do accreditation return. But these five standards you see on the screen, the first one, 1988, is when the scheme was introduced in a different format to it is now, but that was its inception. And these were the guidelines for a registration scheme. There in the top left corner of that picture, the kind of paper document. And then you can see the kind of evolution of the standard through the ages. You can see the dates there. It wasn't always held by Arts Council England. It's been held by other services, by MLA. And I know it's a UK-wide scheme, and it was great to see we've got people on the call. I saw Wales get mentioned. I hope we've got some colleagues from Northern Ireland and Scotland too. It's a UK-wide standard. The purpose of showing you this picture is to kind of labour the point, really, that the scheme always, every 7 or 8 years or so, you can kind of see it on the timestamps, there needs to be like an iteration, a new version of the standard, because professional practice changes and evolves based on the fact that people change and evolve, context and society changes and evolves. Accreditation doesn't exist in a vacuum. It needs to work within the context that it exists. So one of the fun things I've had to do as part of this redesign is I've got to sit and read each of those five standards and really map how things have changed over time. It was interesting doing that in preparation for this keynote with a view on collections information. How has the professional perception of what should be included for an accredited museum changed? The honest answer is not much has changed in those standards in terms of the overall themes are very much the same around being accountable for your collection, having the right basic information, storing it in the right way. But what has changed is the emphasis on what we think is important underneath that. So what you can kind of see, and it's kind of a chart in the change in societal opinions throughout from 1988 to now, is the increasing introduction of environmental practice, the increasing introduction of inclusion, elements and themes around repatriation and restitution come in. You can see how, as professionals or volunteers that have worked in museums over time, the emphasis on these things has changed, and that's what changes in the standard. So a lot of the bones is the same, the skeleton, but in terms of the emphasis we place, there needs to be a judge every kind of 7 years or so, and that's where we are now. So at the moment we're drafting a new standard. We're going to launch it this year, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we go. But there's a long-held tradition in the scheme of reviewing the standard to make sure it's fit for purpose. But what we're doing is different to that. We're doing a redesign. So the standard, as I said, is something that needs to continue to be looked at. But what has happened in the past is the scheme and how we administer it, how we run the scheme, has stayed largely static with the standard evolving. So that's everything from how we ask you questions, how we assess them, how we make decisions on those assessments, and how we make the award. That kind of end-to-end process hasn't evolved significantly in the period of the scheme's running. But what has changed significantly is how museums work and how people operate. In this language of the redesign, which I will go into a bit more, we talk about users' needs a lot. We are in the digital age, and we need to generate a process for a scheme that works in that digital age. So the redesign has come about because we've heard loud and clear that the scheme isn't working as well as it should be for everyone. And this is the prime opportunity to kind of reset that, recalibrate how we run the scheme to make it work for the current context and be future-proof. So our ambitions in the redesign are to better serve users' needs, to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the scheme delivery, ensure the standard remains relevant and generally useful to museums. So that's what we're doing at the moment, and hopefully you'll agree we're starting to achieve that as I talk you through where we are now. We say it quite a lot, just to say our kind of strap line, if we were to have t-shirts, we're evolving this, there's an evolution of the standard and there's a revolution of the schemes process, and that's what it will feel like as it starts to come on board. So a little bit about how we've been doing it, where we are now, what we're doing, because I think this is really important because it feels different, intentionally so. So we're about a year into the redesign now. So we started in March last year, and there's 3 phases in the way we're working, and I will dig into these a bit. If it feels a bit jargony, I promise I'll explain it. So the first phase is discovery phase, which is where you kind of go into listening mode. So we listen to our users and their needs. So we spoke to a lot of people, many on this call. So if you engaged with the scheme at that point and the redesign, thank you so much. And in the discovery phase, it's about listening to users about what their needs are and just what's painful at the moment and really mapping that out. So we're coming from a really strong base of understanding and not assumptions. Then we entered a test and learn phase. That's where we are now, hence the red line, where we've done the listening, we've kind of thought through what we've heard, and then we've gone, okay, here might be a solution to the problem we heard, and now we're testing it. So we've generated some solutions, some ideas, the new standard, the draft standard, and we're testing it to see if what we think was going to work is going to work. So we're in a test and learn phase. And then our ambition is to go live later this year, and the live phase is where people will be able to start engaging with the process, not in a test scenario, but in a real life scenario of undertaking an accreditation assessment. If that date is giving you an anxiety, don't worry, I will talk through what that actually means in practice for you. But all you need to take from this is we're testing things at the moment. This session is one of those tests, so it's a great opportunity to get some feedback. So how we're working, don't I'm gonna read kind of the important bits on the picture. So if it's tight, don't worry. I'm just gonna read verbatim what this slide says. So we're using a service design approach in line with the government service standard, along with agile delivery practices. This is to ensure the redesign meets the needs of users and is managed robustly. And an excellent quote, which just feels very pertinent. It's not complicated, but it is hard. It is very hard what we're trying to do here to kind of rethink a process that's been in actuality for many, many years and is interconnected in our sector in so many different ways. So the government service standard and service design are phrases you might have heard already and you'll increasingly hear more because it's just about working in a fit for purpose way for the digital age. The government has a guidebook, you can go and have a look on their website, about how to undertake service design and work in an agile way with kind of customers and users in mind. So it's the same process whether it's for accreditation or you're designing a service to get a new passport or any of those kind of services you need to access that are online that have a start and a finish, and you need to provide information and information needs to be provided back to you. It's about making fit for purpose services through that mindset. And I personally am really enjoying it. It's a really helpful way of working. You can see maybe the heading on that picture says the internet era way of working. I mean, in classic museum sector fashion, this way of working has been around a while, and it's just starting to kind of, I think, gain traction and ramp up across the third sector and the museum sector. But down there is some principles that kind of people have put together around working in the internet era kind of way. I find these really helpful to kind of think back and explain how we're working and what we're doing. So for me, number two is really important. So keep testing your riskiest assumption. And what can happen if you don't work in this way? If you work in a classic project, kind of waterfall project way, where you get a brief, you go dark for a bit whilst you work on it, and then you come back and you launch the thing. The problem is there'll be some assumptions baked into what you've done because that's how we're humans, that's how it works. And you need to test those risky assumptions to make sure that actually what you think is going to happen will happen. And that's what testing is around. So if I give you a museum accreditation redesign example on this. So the previous standard, which I have here, my Bible, or the current standard, sorry, not the previous standard, the current standard was built at a time where the assumption was largely true that museums were able to business plan with a good amount of kind of security of time. So museums were able to business plan for the year they were in and the year after, and for many for 5 years. Like the business planning cycle felt much longer term than it does now. Museums were able to have a budget signed off and know what their budget might be the next year. Not all museums, but in the past, kind of in the last 15 years, there was more of that positioning. We know now if you build a standard with that assumption that museums still operate in that way built in, it isn't going to work. So in our testing, we've heard loud and clear, for example, from local authority museums, sometimes they don't get their budget signed off till they're halfway through a financial year. Sometimes business planning might just be for the year ahead, and it is not in their gift to plan beyond that. So if we know that, if we test that assumption that business planning is fixed, we find out that that assumption doesn't hold true, we need to act differently in the future to make sure it works for users. So that's where those kind of assumptions come in. We have some assumptions around collections information that we're testing at the moment, and I can talk to them a little bit with you all, just to make sure that if we do think the sector is somewhere, we really do sense check that is where the sector is at and build something for them. And the other two I just wanted to pull out were 8 and 9. So these are really important principles of how to work in this way, and which is, I think, one of the things that feels the most different from kind of a viewpoint is make things open and also show the thing. So we're really keen to show as we go rather than to just show you at the end when we launch something. So I'm currently having my kitchen redone, and it feels the same as constantly talking to the kitchen designer about where do I want the cooker and what colour do I want them, and keep checking, making tweaks rather than just giving a brief and then all of a sudden, having a kitchen put in and it not being quite what I need. So we're showing as we go and getting live feedback, and it's such an asset for us to have you engaged here today telling us what you think. There are other opportunities, which I will share as well, but working in the open is really key. So hopefully you'll be sick of hearing about the redesign in kind of 6 months' time because you've had so many opportunities to hear what's going on. So that's more about kind of how the project management side of things work. Going into the redesign itself now. Through that discovery phase and that listening, we built some design principles. You can see them on the screen, and I'm just going to read through them now. And we use these as our North Stars. So, as I said, it's not complicated, but it's hard. There is an awful lot of decisions to be made throughout the redesign. About what wording we're using, what kind of policy we're putting there, what process we're putting in place. There's many decisions to be made, and these are the framework for us to make those decisions to make sure it achieves what we want, which is the earlier slide about being useful for users. So these are our principles. We want to make the accreditation standard genuinely useful for museums. What we don't want is for the standard to feel static and museums to feel dynamic. We want it to be generally useful for that dynamic space that you're in. We want to make it easier for museums to continuously maintain the standards. So accreditation is a snapshot, but what we don't want is for museums to feel it's really hard to maintain that level, or the length of time between us talking to you means that it loses its value. We want to reduce the number of internal steps needed to make a decision. There's a surprising number of gates to get through internally from when you submit your information to you get your accreditation award, and we just want to simplify and streamline that as much as possible whilst maintaining kind of the integrity of the process. We want to have accessible, easy to use, and better connected systems. We want to make museums feel supported and celebrated. We know how much pride people have for gaining their accreditation, and we want to, celebrate with you and create that supportive atmosphere as much as we can. And we want to ensure accreditation data is meaningful and accessible, which is a really big one. Generously, through the process of accreditation, give us so much information about your organisation and how you operate, how you manage your collections and its information. If we ask for that data, it's got to be something that we use and is meaningful to the assessment and to yourself and is accessible in a way that's useful to you. We can't ask and not do. And that's a really key design principle that we've got built in. So these are really helpful North Stars that we're using throughout. So every little decision we make, as you might imagine, there's a spreadsheet and we're kind of tracking to make sure it's ticking off these boxes. We've also been talking to users a lot, and one of the assumptions going in we had is that we really understood the sector and like the breakdown of the sector, and we just wanted to test that. So we've been doing lots of data deep dives. Now, apologies that this slide is going to be England only, because it's just the data I had available to me to kind of present this. But there are absolutely themes here that are UK wide and that should feel comparable in the other nations. So do you know what the English kind of museum sector looks like? This is the question, and we need to build a scheme that kind of works for all. It's a very broad church. So if you're representing an English museum, your blue dot should be on that map. So hopefully you can see yourself. There are 1,417 accredited museums or working towards in England. So as you can imagine, I mean, it's a huge number. It's 76% of the scheme in the UK. There's an awful lot of museums, and we've got to build something that works well, no matter who you are within that number. Within that number, though, there are subtleties. There are three significant factors to the variety in museums and the support they need, and therefore the scheme capabilities built in. So governance is one of them, one of the big ones. So 58% of museums in England are independent. Previously, there was an assumption that, and it held pretty true, that there was quite a fixed governance scenario in England. We had independent museums, local authority museums, university museums, national museums, and there were boxes that were quite neat and people could fit in. That has changed so much over the last 10 to 20 years, mostly because of austerity and the change in the local authority sector and governance models evolving as a result of that and presenting slightly differently. So, although it says 58% of museums are independent, that's quite a blunt term, to be honest. There's a huge amount underneath that of museums that are connected to a local authority, spun out trusts. But there are also those kind of pure independents. Those lots of museums in the scheme are small independents that tend to be like a local village or town museum or on about a particular topic. For example, where I'm in Nottingham, my local museum is Ruddington Framework Knitters Museum, that would fit in this independent box. And as I said, there's those other governance types too, but a lot of the scheme comes underneath this independent heading, and we know that that doesn't do what we quite need it to at the moment. The other interesting factor when thinking about the whole of the museum sector is around size. So we decide size by audience number. There are different ways you can slice it, but we've just done it this way. So 2 in 5 are micro in England with less than 10,000 annual visits, and 1 in 5 are large or largest with more than 50,000. And obviously, the ceiling for that is huge. It can be millions for some of the nationals and others. So, again, quite a broad church, but 2/5 of museums are micro. Important to think about when we're building things because we know they find it really hard in the scheme as is at the moment. And then geography is another interesting one. From an English perspective, the South East and North both have, around 25% of the country's museums each. And as I said, the UK flavour is really important when building a UK-wide scheme. The different nations have different advice and assessment models for accreditation, and they're also under different governing structures, different governments, and the emphasis on policy at a national level feels different. And that's important again to know and acknowledge and build into how we deliver the scheme from the off. So it doesn't always feel like we need a very big other box for people to work in when they're delivering their return. So that's who the museums are on like a big global data point of view. And I just want to dig into what we heard from museums from that discovery phase that I previously mentioned. So, the way that discovery phases work and the principle behind service design and agile working is you have as many conversations as you can until you hear the same themes repeated enough that you know that there's a consistency and convalescence around themes that you can take forward meaningfully. With all things along these lines, consultation doesn't mean we're going to be able to speak to everyone. What it does mean though is we can speak to representative groups, and I'll come back to that in a little moment to show how we've done that. And when we hear consistent messaging, then that's what we need to focus on. So this is what we heard from the museum sector across the UK from our user research, and hopefully it resonates with how you feel about the scheme too. So as a museum, I need from museum accreditation a scheme that is modern, responsive and relevant, transparent about the end-to-end process, simple and equitable process that is proportional to the needs of museums, which is to the point I was just making, clarity on the language and questions that are being asked, accessible and practical guidance and support, and efficient and accessible systems. So this is what we know museums need from the scheme underneath those design principles I previously talked about. And really it's simply just real transparency and clarity. Clarity is a gift, and what isn't helpful is when things are unclear. So we're really trying to make things as clear as possible and learn from where there is currently some lack of clarity, whether that be in our process or in policy. So that was from the museum side of things, and hopefully that rings true. From someone delivering the service, so this again looks different across the UK, but that's everyone from museum development giving advice to assessment happening within the UK partners in England, Arts Council England, to the panel that undertake the decision making. That these are people delivering the scheme, and these are what we heard from them that they needed. They need to feel trusted as an expert and equal partner. We need transactional tasks to be efficient and streamlined. Visibility, and that's to that transparent point I just made of how we deliver the scheme. Accessible and up-to-date data about museums, of which we've started. I've got a map, I've got big plans. Better connectedness with other teams, and concise, consistent, and centralized guidance. So that's what we know that we need to kind of build in to make sure that everybody's needs, both the museums and the scheme, but those that administer the scheme, are getting what they need from it. So here we go then. That's how it's working so far. I'm going to dig into now what we have decided, where it's going, and the direction of travel. So we heard largely from and I've mentioned this, from the delivery phase, that the standard's pretty fit for purpose, but there's that lack of clarity kind of baked in that we need to take off a little bit and we need more transparency. So we started with a purpose for the scheme. And surprisingly, the scheme has never previously had a written down purpose. The problem with that is that the guardrails for what the scheme is are quite weak without a purpose. So, what museum accreditation at times might have suffered from is kind of things being added in that aren't strictly for its core purpose, and as a result, it can lead to confusion. So, we've had lengthy discussions with this with lots of different stakeholders for what is the unique positioning of accreditation, because it can be many, many, many things, but what should it be above all else, and what should never be compromised. So this is the purpose we've come to so far. Museum accreditation is the standard for UK museums. It's an endorsement of a well-run museum and provides a framework to support development. So that's the purpose that will kind of be written into the new standard and the new scheme. This is really important. What I want to highlight from this is, and this is where our conversations largely sat of, it absolutely is a framework that allows for development, but the purpose of the scheme is that badge of honour to say you are a well-run museum. We need to build something that if you know if you're accredited, everybody from yourself, from funders to the public can be confident that you're well run because you're accredited. And that's what we're going to focus our energy on as the top priority within what we ask for you from information and how we assess. We've also moved away in the current standard, we use the Museum Association definition of a museum, and we've now moved to using the ICOM definition of a museum. And again, these are the guardrails of who actually is a museum in the eyes of the scheme, because there will always be people that sit outside of that definition, again, because of the nature of how the sector works. So the ICOM definition we went with, I'm going to read it out to. A museum is a not-for-profit, permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage. Open to the public, accessible and inclusive, museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences of education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. Again, hopefully that really resonates with you of what you believe a museum to be, and I think it gives hints again of what the societal changes have been since the previous definition was written in the 90s by the Museums Association, of that more emphasis on sustainability, diversity, and the participation of communities. So that is the definition that we are using going forward. So here's some rough thoughts of what's outlined in the full standard. I am going to share the thinking specifically for collections, but this is the broad brush for the standard. So what we're particularly interested in is use of policies in practice. So previously the emphasis was very much on submit us your X policy, Y policy, and moving forward you'll feel much more active language around tell us how you use that policy in reality. You know, when was the last time you used it? What did you learn? Strengths and weaknesses. We're also interested in how risks are being managed and mitigated, and that'll be a central element with a focus on business continuity. Again, this is a reflection of it's an incredibly challenging time to be a museum, to be, you know, a third sector organisation. The context is really tricky. Risks are inherent in any operation. A well-run museum doesn't have no risks, it manages them well, so we'll be building that in. The model will be about higher trust with more flex and more assessment judgment. So we want to move away from low trust from an evidence point of view to a higher trust. So you don't have to submit every document under the sun to us. You just need to tell us that you have one and how you're using it. And we'll trust that you know, that you're being honest and that reflects your actual practice. It's actually a really low risk scheme. We've looked through the data of when people go to panel, there's a panel happening today, they're most likely to go from full accreditation to full accreditation. Hardly anyone is kind of dropping out of the scheme. So actually, if we know that, we can build in that higher trust model. We're also asking ourselves, how can we add value to people running museums to help them to self-assess, manage risks, adapt and develop? And this is where that development tool kind of does come in. We don't want anybody to generate something for accreditation. We know people do that, understandably because of the way it's currently built. What we want to do is be able to say to you, tell us what you're doing and what documents, policies, and procedures you use. There will be some hard lines. That's that last point. There will be some fixed lines like collections development policies, access to museum professional advice, because we know that accreditation is a shield in many ways on policy. when, museum closure is a real threat, staff reduction, but we won't overstep in these areas. So we will make sure the hard lines stay in there, but we'll also just be hoping to kind of add value to where your current operations are. We're looking for fewer requirements overall, and we'll be requesting fewer attachments, as I said, and we'll have more narrative questions for people just to explain how they're working and how they meet their requirements in their specific context. So less kind of square peg round hole, and more just saying, tell us how you do this in reality. We are testing the standard at the moment. So we have recruited a museum test group. So the purpose of this group is to be representative of the whole of the accreditation scheme and for them to be your kind of spokespeople when testing the standard. So we did a big live recruitment, and we were overwhelmed with interest. It's been amazing. And they are representative of the governance type, the size, the scale, the different types of museums that we have so that they can kind of champion your needs. And the aims of those groups are to test content in the standard. We're doing that at the moment. We're 3 sessions into 5, so we've tested half of the standard. We haven't tested the collections bit yet, so interesting. We're doing that next week, so an interesting point to talk to you before that. Explore how museums could evidence the new standard and testing elements of the process, and then for them to also share their experience. We know it's more powerful to have a testimonial from another museum about, what they like in an emerging thinking around the standard and what's kind of problematic for them. And the hope is that whatever position you are coming from, you can look at the test group and feel confident that they represent your needs. And here are the test group members, just to give them a shout out because they've been so generous with their time and insight. You can see them on the screen there. They're from across the UK. If any are on the call, do shout out in the chat and say hello. We've been really keen to get a mixture of museums that are just a single museum and those that have quite complex returns. So if you're a museum within a wide service, we would call you a multi-site. You have to do lots of applications, even though you're governed by the same organisation. We have that really highly represented in the group too, because we know that's a particular issue. So many thanks to the test group. And this is what they're testing. So when it comes to collections, this is what it says in the current standard. So there are those 3 kind of requirements there. It asks you to hold and develop a collection, asks that you hold useful and usable information on collections, and that you care for and conserve collections. So you can see here the emphasis already that I was just talking about. It asks that you have it, not necessarily that you use it. And that's where we've heard from our testing that that's where the emphasis should be about people being able to share how they do this in practice, and that being the mark of a well-run museum. And there's just a little picture. If you ever see someone taking a picture of your accreditation certificate, it's probably Arts Council staff. We get very excited when we see them out in the wild. So thank you to Keeley and the Bahamas Loco Museum, whose certificate that is. So that's what we ask now, and this is what we're thinking of going forward. So drum roll, kind of, please. So for 2026, this is what we think a well-run museum should have: an ethical and sustainable approach to collections development, develop and sharing information about the collections it holds, and taking a balanced approach to collections care. Again, you see that introduction of elements such as ethics and sustainability, and a move from just having to it's developing, it's active. You're an active participant in knowing where you are now, where you want to be, and doing the work. The work doesn't need to be done, it just needs to be happening, and that's what the mark of a well-run museum is from our perspective. So hold on to that image you had earlier and have a little sense check what you thought a well-run museum was around collections. Did the words on the screen kind of reflect that for you too? And I'm going to give you a bit more information because the devil is always in the detail with these things. So what does this mean for collections? Kind of breaking it down. So there was those 3 requirements I just shared. That first one, well-run museums have an ethical and sustainable approach to collections development. Why is that important? Ethical and sustainable collections development ensures public trust. It's really, really important when it comes to that. And what we'd be looking for at the moment, as I said, we're testing this, so this might evolve, that the organisation, the museum, uses a compliant, ethical collections development policy and is using those spectrum primary procedures. So not just that they have them and evidence of having them, but how you use them is what we're particularly interested in. For the next one, a well-run museum develops and shares information about the collection it holds. This is important for accountability and discoverability, and it enables collections to be used. And how we'd be looking at that is basic inventory information, documentation policy, and a commitment to developing information in the museum catalogue. This is something we're particularly interested in testing at the moment. Basic inventory information. We know how hard it is for museums to feel that they can get to that point of having basic inventory information, but along with colleagues at Collections Trust, we really think a well-run museum should have that basic information. So we're just navigating what's a reasonable ask in this area, and we've realised there's lots of different interpretations of inventory versus catalogue and what we mean. Lots of people kind of get nervous when we say basic inventory information, but we might mean on a really kind of global level of that box has 50 pottery shards and is on that shelf as the basic information. So we're digging into that one right now. And then the next one, a well-run museum takes a balanced approach to collections care. So conservation is the careful management of change, and we know this. So a sustainable approach balances access and long-term preservation and security. And we've heard back from museums a lot that they want to kind of, navigate that path, and it's just being well informed to make those decisions rather than us dictating which decision you should make. And how we'd expect that to happen was undertaking regular collections care activity and considering the object's condition and materials when providing access, and making informed judgments, so being able to evidence that informed judgment. So what's next? So I've shared with you where our thinking currently is from collections, and as you know, the standard's broader than that, so there's lots of work happening. So we're continuing to test the standard with the museum test group and get it into a good fighting fit shape so we can do the next kind of phase of testing with it. We want to share it further in the summer, and I'll tell you when there's kind of opportunities coming up to hear more. We also are going to do some significant work reviewing the collections development policy template. So that is going to be one of those significant documents that we will require. So we're going to make sure that that is still working as hard as it can for organisations. And we're going to be continuing work on the process for the scheme, aiming to run a pilot this year. So the process, as I said, is where some of that revolutionary stuff is happening, and we're kind of climbing the barricade as we speak with that process stuff, and thinking about piloting it and making sure we test it with the different typologies as we go. Don't worry though. I know that many questions that I get when I speak to museums about this, but what does this mean for me? Understandably, my return isn't due yet, or my return is due. What should I do? Are you going to kind of land some new questions on me in the 11th hour? I promise we're not going to do that. And I also want to just acknowledge it's hard when working in this agile world. Because we're working in the open, we don't have all the answers yet because we haven't got to that part. We haven't got to the end. So our Bible for communicating with museums, kind of the live answer to questions, is we have an FAQs on our website, and I can put the link in the chat later, for you to go and have a look what it means for you. But we absolutely, if you're meeting the standard now, you will meet the future standard. It's just a case of us changing the kind of questions we ask you to make it. Our ambition is for it to be easier for you, so it shouldn't feel harder. And I will die on that hill. So don't worry, if about what it's going to mean for you. It is going to be a positive. And then finding out more, hopefully I've whet your appetite. We have a show and tell once a month. Everybody is welcome. The next one's on the 27th of April. If you want to come along, you can drop an email to the Redesign mailbox and I'll pop that in the link. We'll be at the Museums and Heritage Show soon, and the AIM conference on the 10th of June. Basically, we just want to keep talking to everyone as much as we can and sharing where we're at. So please do engage if you'd like to. It's equally fine if you want to switch off, and we will contact you at the relevant point when it's important for your organisation and your return. And then finally, I just wanted to be a bit cheeky and use this as an opportunity to do a pitch to be part of this change. Hopefully, this has excited you. We're currently recruiting for 6 new committee members. The recruitment's live till the 15th of May. If you want a seat at the table, there is a picture of the table on the screen. And we'd love some applications from you. We're particularly interested in applicants from national museums, university museums, and those that are outside of England, because they're some of our gaps. And we've got a online webinar next week if you'd like to know more. So that's it from me. I hope your vision for what Well Museum is and what our presentation of what we think it is feel pretty aligned. And if they don't, I'd love to hear from you, and hope to see you at a future opportunity too. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was brilliant, and hopefully has kind of reassured people as well. That is, yeah, fantastic. I can see as well. Thank you to the people that are posting questions. So we currently have 3 questions that have come through. We'll have the opportunity to look at those questions when we do our question and answer session at 12:05 today. One thing I should have mentioned in the intro, which I forgot, was that we are recording the whole of the symposium today. and the plan is to put it onto our YouTube channel, so the Collections Trust YouTube channel. So, you know, there'll be a lot of information today. So if you want to kind of go back and revisit any of the sessions or, share it with colleagues and volunteers, then there'll be the opportunity to do so as well. But yeah, please do pop any other questions in that question and answer box, because there'll be opportunity to pose these to Sarah later. So thank you very much, Sarah. That was brilliant. We will move forward. We will move to our first case study of the day, which was from Lydia and Lindsay, so from the Deaf Museum and Museum Development North. So I won't take up any more of their time, but I will hand over to you two.
Hi, thank you for the little introduction. I'm Lydia Gaines, Heritage Coordinator at the BDA Deaf Museum in Manchester. I'm presenting today with Lindsay Jones, who is the Museum Development Advisor at Museum Development North. We're talking about the events of the last 18 months that have seen the Deaf Museum potentially facing closure and the collections being broken up. Now, now it has a very bright future. And we're also going to talk about how an inventory was part of in enabling that turnaround to happen. I'm now going to turn over to my co-presenter, Lindsay Jones, to talk about the next slide.
Thanks, Lydia, and morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Jones, Museum Development Advisor, and I cover museums in Greater Manchester, Merseyside and Cheshire. And the Deaf Museum was originally located in Warrington in Cheshire. It was governed by the British Deaf History Society, a small charity that also publishes books and journals and runs events, as well as running the museum. And the collection had been acquired over 30 years by and for the deaf community. And in the pandemic, it moved to a space within Manchester Deaf Centre on Oxford Road. And after a couple of years, it became clear that paying city centre rent was putting the museum at serious financial difficulty, and it wasn't getting anywhere near the number of visitors that it had hoped for. So in 2024, it was placed on Arts Council's at-risk register because there was a very real risk of insolvency, and this significant collection of deaf history might have to be broken up and dispersed. Now, putting a museum officially at risk allows sector bodies to share information and take a shared approach to try and find a solution to keeping collections in the public domain. We carried out an organisational health check as a starting point, and we were also able to coordinate with the Heritage Fund, which permitted an underspend from a current project to cover some core costs, and that bought a little bit more time. And also at just the right time, AIM had published its turnaround guidance. And through their AIM Hire programme, the Deaf Museum were able to work with Hilary Barnard, one of the authors of the Deaf, to look at their options. And at this point, the BDHS approached the British Deaf Association, and they indicated a willingness to possibly take over the museum and the collection. Now, the BDA is a much bigger national deaf-led charity that works directly with deaf people that use British Sign Language, campaigning for equal rights and access for BSL users. There's a dedicated heritage strand within its strategy, and heritage and culture are also weaved throughout the rest of its strategic objectives, including its work in the community and its campaign to get BSL included in the national curriculum. BDA staff were already working on a number of heritage projects across the country. They could see the possibilities, the potential of the collection. They had lots of ideas of what they could do, and they were willing and enthusiastic, but they'd never run a museum before. So the two charities worked with Hilary and I to understand their responsibilities and obligations if the BDA took on the museum. And we planned a timetable for it to go through before the BDHS became insolvent. So we had just a few months, so time-wise, we were really up against it. As part of the BDA's due diligence in their acquisition of the museum and collection, a lot of information had to be provided by the BDHS and quickly. So this is where the inventory comes in. And it takes us out of our cosy museum world where we know we should have an inventory, But are there really any serious consequences if we don't have one? Well, in this case, yes. This was part of the BDA's financial due diligence. They needed to know what assets they were taking on, including and particularly the key information on what was in the collection. They needed to know what they were taking responsibility for, and the BDHS needed to be clear on what they were relinquishing responsibility for. So this had to be accurate. The inventory was the critical information source, and the transfer couldn't happen without it. And even if the BDA hadn't stepped in, and thankfully they did, if the BDHS had become insolvent and the collection had to be broken up, they still needed an inventory of what they had for it to be transferred elsewhere. And it was clear that we needed to start an inventory from scratch. There should have been more complete paperwork. There wasn't an existing inventory. The accessions register, the catalogue were only partial, and locations were still listed from the old Warrington site. Lydia hadn't been in post for long, and the systems and documentation issues predated her time at the BDHS. So we had to form a plan based on what we had rather than what should have been there. And as an aside, as we get asked this a lot in the workshops we do with Collections Trust, what's the difference between an inventory and an audit? An inventory starts with the object. You list what's in front of you. An audit starts with the information you have, and then you use that to check that you have the objects and to check the accuracy of the information you hold. There wasn't any one reliable, comprehensive documentation source that we could use as a starting point to audit. So it had to be an inventory starting afresh, and it had to be done at speed. Working out how to do the inventory quickly, we had to consider various factors. The BDHS's curator, who had so much knowledge of the collection, was in poor health and there were access issues to him being able to travel to the museum. The BDA offered staff to work on it and the BDHS offered trustees, but they were all based in London. And bear in mind too that we were working in 2 languages, in British Sign Language and in English. So we tried to avoid using museum language too. The BDA staff were new to working with museums and they needed clear guidance on what was needed. And in the end, an inventory boils down to it's a list of everything in the collection and where it is. MD North gave a grant to remove those obstacles for the project to happen and for it to happen quickly. So the inventory was carried out in 2 one-week blocks, and our grant covered the travel to Manchester and for people to stay up for the duration of the week so that the inventory could be done in 2 intense bursts of work. And it also covered interpreter costs and subsistence. So that's the context, and I'll hand over to Lydia to go through the nuts and bolts of how the inventory was done.
Thank you, Lindsay. So like I said, I'm the Heritage Coordinator at the British Deaf Association Deaf Museum now. I've been working there for 3 years, way before I got taken over by the British Deaf Association. So half of those years were under the British Deaf History Society. We're a very small museum based in Manchester Deaf Centre on Oxford Road in Manchester, with a current museum staff of 1 person, so me. Within our collection, we have over 1,000 objects listed. These range from art, technology, artifacts, books, rare books, and documents. Some notable pieces in the collection include a rare 1880 copy of the Report of the Proceedings of the International Congress of the Education of the Deaf. This conference was held to discuss the ban of sign language within education. We also hold a 1975 painting by Stuart Walton titled The Conversation. This painting depicts a kind of role reversal, while usually in a moment when 3 hearing people are having a conversation, the deaf person may be somewhat left out. The painting shows 3 deaf men having a conversation in sign language, and the hearing man sat excluded at the end of the bench. It forces the viewer to experience what exclusion may feel like, and is a powerful way to communicate empathy without being overtly political. It also highlights that communication isn't just verbal, but it's also visual, physical, and social. So as Lindsay mentioned, a lot of the work was done from scratch for the inventory because unfortunately the paperwork needed for this type of project did not already exist within the museum. Before we could begin the inventory project, we needed more help. Thankfully, some dedicated BDHS volunteers and members volunteered their time along with BDA staff for the 2 weeks that we could not have pulled this off without the assistance and guidance from Lindsay from Museum Development North. We also, once we knew we had the team in place, we needed to arrange dates. Everyone was available and travel for those coming from outside of Manchester. The first day of the project, I created basic timetables in Excel, which you will see on the slide, which included columns such as object number, object name, a brief description, the current location, the current owner, and other details such as if it were on loan and cost if purchased. Due to only having a single license for our modes cataloging system, unfortunately, this meant only one person could use it at a time. This is why the inventory was conducted through Excel documents and on paper. A very limited number of items in the collection already had accession numbers, so the rest we needed to provide them with temporary numbers for the inventory until each item could properly until we could properly catalog everything. Each volunteer was given a set of numbers and areas of the museum to work on, and then at the end it put it all together to create a concluded inventory. Sorry. I'll now hand back to Lindsay Jones.
Thanks, Liv. So there was such an amount of hard work from everybody involved, but the transfer did go through. The formal signing and the handover took place just before Christmas last year. So these are some photos from that event. And the good news is that the BDHS didn't become insolvent. We managed to get it through before they did. So it's still operating as a charity, but on a smaller scale. So its business model now is concentrating on its books, journals, and events. And after Christmas in January, the accreditation advisor and I from MD North met with Lydia, with Rebecca Mansell, the CEO of the BDA and the museum's new accreditation mentor. And we did an assessment of where the museum is right now using accreditation as a framework. And the BDA has just launched its new museum website, an events programme. So the next steps. Specifically for the inventory, that's just the first step. It's now done, but it needs another documentation sprint to reconcile all the paperwork, as we created a lot of temporary numbers within the inventory. And by documentation sprint, I mean another focused piece of work where that becomes the priority, put everything else to one side and concentrate on this for a defined amount of time, rather than trying to fit it in half an hour here and there. The documentation sprint is to sit down with all the paperwork that they have and start matching up the objects with the entry forms and so on to work out what they know is definitely theirs and they have the paperwork for, and to know which objects they don't know are theirs and to then deal with those. And as part of this, Peter Jackson, the curator from the BDHS, who was instrumental in creating the collection and opening the original museum, has now been made an honorary curator by the BDA. And he's been tasked with getting all of the information he has in his head down on paper. So even if there isn't an entry form for an object, there's a good chance that Peter will remember something about it. The BDA excuse me, BDA also need to review the collections development policy. There's currently a moratorium on collecting while that's done. Now that they know what they have, whilst both the BDHS and the BDA are both deaf organisations, the BDA has a different emphasis. So the collections development policy has to fit in with their aims. There is so much potential for this collection and museum, and the BDA have made a commitment to keeping the Deaf Museum an accredited museum. And as it develops its plans of what it wants to do, it can do it knowing that the paperwork for the collections is robust, risks have been minimised as much as possible, and it's accountable for collections. It's established the foundations for it to use and develop the collections to realise their ambitions, or in short, to do lots of amazing things with the collections. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay and Lydia. I can see some virtual hand claps going up. There's also a really nice comment in the chat as well that you should take a look at. I can also see in the chat there's been some questions about slides. I should just say that, as I said, we are videoing this and it will be on our YouTube channel. We're not planning on sharing the slides, although Sarah Hartshorne has in the chat explained how if you want the slides, you could contact I think it's the Redesign team and they will send them to you. But also another thing that I should just say is that the chat, we've already got loads of great kind of links and comments being put in the chat. We're not going to be saving the chat after the session. So if there's things in there that you think are going to be interesting, I would just kind of suggest that you copy and paste them over to somewhere on your computer for when we leave this webinar. And I want to say a massive thank you to Lydia and Lindsay for that session. It was really interesting. Really shows you how integral and important it is to get that inventory information down, how that is really that foundational stone for being able to be an accountable museum. So thank you very much, Lindsay and Lydia. If you've got questions about Lindsay and Lydia and their project at the Deaf Museum, do pop them into the question and answer box and we will have a chance at 12:05 to answer those. But I think now is a good time to go for our break. So we've got 15, well, actually, we've given ourselves 18 minutes now for the break. So if we all come back at 11:25, then we can go part in the second part of the session. Welcome back, everybody. So in our next kind of segment, we've got 2 more case studies, and then we're going to have that question and answer session before breaking for lunch at 12:25. So I can already see there's more questions have come in through the question and answer box. So do remember to post your questions in there for our next 2 case studies as well. So let's move on. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Stephanie Treeden and Lucy Ellis from the Natural History Museum. Oh yeah, I can see the slides. So if you'd like to turn your cameras on, I'll hand over to you.
Okay. Can you see me all right? Fabulous.
Yes, good.
Good morning and thank you to Collections Trust for including us within this session. So as Anna's already said, my name is Lucy Ellis and I'm the Senior Registrar for Documentation and Collections Procedures, presenting with my colleague Dr. Stephanie Treeden, who is our Collections Documentation Registrar for NHM Unlocked. Today we'll be covering sorting the unsorted, implementing inventory through temporary numbers at the Natural History Museum in London. So, in order to outline why the NHM is only just now implementing temporary numbers within its systems, I need to provide a bit of background, so please do bear with me. I'm sure many of you know that we began as the British Museum in 1753, and then we secured our own department in 1807. In 1856, this department was replaced, and we see the formalisation of the different branches of botany, geology, mineralogy and zoology that we know and use today, complete with their divisional catalogues and registers. In 1860, a case was made for splitting the Natural History Museum collections from the British Museum because of the limited space and poor storage at Bloomsbury, and also because of plans to significantly expand the holdings of the natural history collections. The British Museum Natural History opened its current venue in South Kensington in 1881. And now, why is this important in the context of a talk about inventory and temporary numbers? Today, the museum still operates with these branches outlined in 1856, alongside entomology and paleontology, including anthropology, and geology has now been folded into mineralogy. Since I joined the museum in 2019, I have learned that each has a specific practical way of operation that speaks to wider specialist practice developed over time, through my role to support the implementation of holistic collections procedures. However, it feels like things are shifting towards celebrating valid differences and embedding standardized ways of working across these divisions, including by reconfiguring the department's Earth and Life Sciences into science collections in 2022. Because of these pronounced historical ways of operating within divisions, a lot of our staff recognise and relate similarities of collections practice to external museums rather than within our own one museum. So, for instance, our botanists have greater overlap in practical collections management with staff at Kew than with our entomologists, who themselves would relate more closely with peers in Europe. While the use of an index lot like that shown on the screen is standard entomological practice, and for those who don't work with science material in this way, an index lot is a way of considering material at taxonomic level across the collection, rather than operating specimen by specimen or as a conventional museum object group. It can present challenge to embedding more holistic operation across the collections, particularly when these differences are reinforced in our digital collections management today. This is an additional challenge when we consider that the continued and extensive development of the collection through several 100,000 new items each year, a fraction of which are digitized individually. And then we come to the scale, and it is so hard to illustrate the volume through words because it is such a big intangible number, but we house approximately 80 million items, which is the same number as listed in the Collections Trust Research Manager role advert. So it suggests that our collection is the same size as the rest of the UK accredited museums combined. Or we know that the British Museum has about 8 million objects, which for us is the size of our paleontology collection, so we're 10 British museums. This means that best practice and inventory procedure and our backlog looks different. We have a known large digitisation backlog at individual specimen level, but we can and do manage our collections in groups or lots where it's possible. We've also innovated in different ways, so we operate a large high-level descriptive summary of our collections called Join the Dots, which staff refine each year as more collections are catalogued and digitised, and we're attempting to support mass specimen digitisation through Disco. But we know in collections management and documentation that we can always do better, and this is where projects can provide unique opportunities for holistic transformation. For a significant collections move in 2017, our anthropology and data management colleagues recognised the need to properly manage digitally, at an individual level, material that was not or not thought to be part of the museum's registered collections. So in that moment, they implemented a bespoke numbering system with a specific prefix, unreg, which sat within the existing cataloguing registration number scheme in our CMS to enable the proper documentation of the collections and their move successfully. The challenge with this particular implementation longer term is that it only works within our paleontology numbering system and so can't be extended to other areas of the museum, and was a particular solution to a specific problem. But this already spoke to the need for a more formalised inventory operation within our CMS. So in 2021, while discussions for the Unlocked Moves project were beginning to pick up pace, I started exploring the development of a new museum-wide temporary numbering scheme with our data management team. Of particular importance here was the pilot work package for the museum's Unsorted collections, led by Dr. Rula Papa, who's on the call today, and Katie Hudson, who'll be speaking later, and suggesting that this new identifier could and should be embedded within their developing workflows. As collections from multiple disciplines were moving over the course of the Unlock programme, this identifier needed to work digitally across the different collections operations within the CMS. It would also critically feed into plans for new modules and features under consideration within the museum's new CMS project that was in development at that time. So the idea of a universal temp number at the NHM was born, and Stephanie will now go into detail about how that came to be realised in practice.
So the Natural History Museum is currently undertaking a major collections move project, which will see over a third of our collections, which is around 27 million specimen, and over 5,500 metres of NHM library material being rehoused and moved to our collections centre at Thames Valley Science Park in Reading. This is the largest collection move for the museum since the 1880s, when the collection moved from the British Museum. The Move project provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sort through our collections and has already uncovered multiple areas in the collections where material has yet to be sorted or has little to no documentation to establish a clear ownership status. A lot of this material would likely require extensive and dedicated time and resources to identify ownership. However, unfortunately, due to the sheer size of the collections moving, we don't currently have the available resources as part of the project to facilitate in identifying ownership of a lot of this material prior to the move to the new collection centre in the coming years. And this is ultimately where TEP numbers have provided the means of cataloguing material so that a level of data and documentation can be captured for location and movement control, as well as future identification. At the NHM, temporary number records are defined as a type of catalogue record in the CMS to support the temporary management of an individual or group of associated items which have unknown ownership or little to no documentation to confirm ownership. Early concept development of TEP numbers at the NHM started in 2021 to support in the sorting of legacy unsorted material for the Unsorted pilot project. However, it wasn't until 2024 that a museum-wide approach to TEP number application and structure came to be fully developed and implemented across the collections and within our CMS. The aim of temp numbers is that they are used to manage records for a brief period or until items can be identified and reconciled as either belonging to an external party or owned by the NHM. While it is expected that some material may remain a temp number for a longer period of time due to their unknown status, however, the structure of the temp numbers themselves, with temp, the year, which is the year that the temp number was applied, and the sequence within that year, has been developed so that it can indicate how long an item has been a temp number and help curators in managing this material. We have also included the use of QR codes and barcodes for ease and accuracy. As part of the development of temp numbers, it was important that a holistic approach was considered for all collections and that there was a balance between what documentation is needed to identify material and what is achievable to capture for material which has limited documentation. The priority was maintaining location and movement control and ensuring that inventory data standards were captured at a basic level. We also include the capture of an image or record shot of TEP numbers so that it could be easily visually identified, which has proved to be immensely useful to the curators in the management and identification of their material over time. So photos are highly recommended. Working closely with our members of the data management team, we considered different practical tools to support curators in daily management and updating of information of their relevant TEP number records within their collection areas. One of the best ways this has been achieved is through the use of tasks, which can be raised within our CMS to allocate TEP number records to individual curators and set reminders to review and record on certain day. This also provides the ability for curators and project staff to allocate TEP records to relevant curators and provide a brief description of the task or TEP number documentation status for review and identification, allowing for communication and cooperation across teams to occur, which is fantastic. In addition, the notes field is used within the TEP number record to provide a space for capturing and documenting any additional provenance history, which may be uncovered over time, so that this is all stored in one dedicated field of reference, and groups can be created in our CMS to allow curators to manage TEP number records as they see fit. Reconciling and identifying the ownership status of TEP numbers, the material is the responsibility of the curator. Material is to be identified as either belonging to the NHM and processed into our collection or belonging to a third party, contact made and the material returned where agreed. Digitally, it is important that there is an audit trail indicating the resolution of the TEP number material so that the history and legacy documentation and management of the TEP number material is maintained prior to the TEP number being closed or retired. We are still very much in the early days of the rollout of TEP numbers across the whole museum, but already we have seen an increase in the support for and uptake of TEP numbers, which is really encouraging. One of the first projects to adopt the early days concept of TEP number records in 2021 was the Unsorted material pilot project within our Earth Science, Mammals and Micropaleontology collection. Sectional curators, along with members of the Unlocked Move project team, systematically worked through a designated section of the collection. A total of 19 crates, 8 drawers in ES mammals, and 11 drawers in micropaleontology of unsorted material were processed. Working to a defined workflow, they sorted the material into different categories, which have been summarised as NHM material previously misplaced, NHM material from another section, non-NHM material identified as belonging to a third party, and items still requiring further investigation. So while the pilot project uncovered some quick win material, which could be easily sorted and allocated to relevant records and collections, at the time of processing, not all the material sorted could be clearly reconciled, with a large portion of the material processed having unclear ownership and requiring further curatorial intervention and investigation. As a result, this material was allocated and processed under temp numbers so that data could be captured, items photographed, and material managed prior to the move to the new collection centre. Even though there continues to be limitations on the time and resources curators have to identifying and resolving unsorted material prior to the move in 2028-2029, the pilot clearly demonstrated the likely prevalence and occurrence of unsorted and unidentified material across NHM collections and the need for this work to be prioritised. Here is a very small snapshot of some of the material which has been allocated a temp number due to its unclear ownership. As you can hopefully see in the pictures, the material differs from an assortment of animal bones to shells, minerals, and sediments. To date, curators have been able to reconcile a number of temp number records, some of which have been identified as belonging to other museums or a third party, while other material has been identified as belonging to other sections of the collection and transferred accordingly. There is still a lot more work to be done. Another project which has seen the use and benefit of temp number records has been the sediment samples collected from various fieldworks over time. A lot of this material has sat in buckets and bags for a while and has yet to be sifted and processed, with the likelihood that the material, once it has been processed, being housed across multiple collections. Therefore, temp number records provide the means of capturing relevant data, particularly location and movement control, and digitisation, especially for material which, again, will be moving to the new collection centre in the coming years. Even though we are still in the early days of the temp number rollout across the NHM, with the main uptake from collections moving to the new collection centre, but it has been really encouraging to see how well it has been adopted by curators so far and the benefit it has already provided, which is very exciting. So watch this space. So thank you all for listening today. Hopefully we've given you a little glimpse into the development of temp numbers at the NHM. If you have any questions about anything we've presented today or the development of temp numbers at the NHM, please do feel free to contact us. We have our contact details on the slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Lucy. That was great. It's really great to hear like positive stories of temporary numbers, because obviously temporary numbers are so important for inventory work. I think sometimes when we talk about temporary numbers, there's that kind of like groan in the room because they're often not very temporary. So it's really, yeah, interesting as well to hear about you talking about them, really being there for that brief period. And I liked it when you talked about kind of like closed or you retired the temporary numbers, because they should only be temporary. So really interesting. And I think although you're talking about a huge collection, the kind of groundwork and the procedures you have in place would be replicated at small museums as well, in the use of those temporary numbers. So yeah, thank you. And I feel like that set us up also really well for our next case study, which is Katie Hudson, whose talk, what's the title of your talk? It's Not So Temporary Numbers, was it? Putting the temporary back into temporary numbers. Yeah, so this kind of segues perfectly into thinking about how, you resolve those numbers, and how we don't end up inheriting temporary numbers, which can sometimes be kind of really frustrating for people. So I'm going to pass over to you, Katie. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you, Anna, for that really lovely introduction. And yeah, as Anna's mentioned, I'm Katie, and I'm currently the collection project coordinator, specifically for 2D works for the Arts Council collection. So think paintings, photographs, prints, that kind of thing. And yeah, today, as Anna said, I'm going to be talking about how we use and resolve temporary numbers, but with a focus on really trying to keep them temporary. So this is just a very quick overview of what I'm going to talk to you about today. But the main thing that I'll be really focusing on is this new process that we've developed for documenting and also resolving temporary numbers, and just kind of what we've managed to achieve with this so far. So I thought I'd start just with a very quick history of the Arts Council collection for anyone who might not be familiar with us. So the collection was founded in 1946, just post the end of World War II, but it's actually been managed by the South Bank Centre since the mid-80s. We're a national lending collection of modern and contemporary British art, comprising over 8,500 artworks from just over 2,000 artists. The collection spans many different formats and media, and I've included images of some of the works in the collection throughout this presentation to hopefully make it a little bit less dry. We operate as a museum without walls, so we lend works to various institutions, but not just galleries and museums, but hospitals, universities, schools, offices, that kind of thing. Um, the collection is currently stored in two different locations. So our sculpture collection is based up in Yorkshire at Yorkshire Sculpture Park, and the 2D collection is based in London at the South Bank Centre. But key to all of this is that the collection is actually being consolidated and moved to Coventry next year in 2027. So it was this move that's given us real impetus to work on banishing our backlog, which consists largely of temporary numbers. So, a short history of temporary numbers in the Arts Council collection. So, traditionally, temporary numbers have been applied to unaccessioned items held by the collection with limited to no information. But this has been quite broadly applied in my experience, and has often included what I would call like non-collection items, which are not obviously an artwork or associated with one. So historically, the data associated with these numbers has also been quite disparate and disjointed. So sometimes they've been documented in spreadsheets, sometimes in the collections management system, sometimes in both, and decision making hasn't really been recorded. This data has been sometimes poor, incomplete, or it's been duplicated in multiple places. And sometimes there's also been unexplained gaps in the numbering system that was used. And actually, one of our biggest problems has been institutional memory loss, which I'll talk about a lot more because there was a lack of documented procedure when these numbers were created, and they actually predate most of our current team. So I started in this role just about a year ago in May 2025, and this was the scenario I was sort of handed, which was a total of 310 temporary numbers documented between 2019 and 2024, so over around 5 years. And this included 200 what I would call historical numbers documented between 2019 and 2022. And I refer to these as historical because, as I kind of said, most of our current team actually weren't around when they're created. So we don't have that great an understanding of how they came about or why they were assigned. So these numbers need not only resolution, but they also need to be validated. We then also had around 100 newer temporary numbers, which were created in 2024, but these had been documented to a better standard by current staff. So these just needed resolution. But these numbers were in addition to kind of known lists or areas of undocumented items which needed to be catalogued with additional temporary numbers. So then when this project was initiated to overhaul and sort out our temporary numbers before we move, the first step was kind of wrangling the data that we already had and making it usable. So the first thing that I did was I consolidated all of the available information from across different sources. I then cleaned this consolidated data to ensure that it was relatively uniform, removing duplicates, handling missing values, standardizing all the formatting, that kind of thing. And I then use this consolidated clean data to produce a nice new sparkly centralized tracking spreadsheet, which is sort of monstrous in size, but does at least contain everything you want all in the same place. And my lovely colleague, Kate, then mapped the fields in this tracker to our CMS so that that data could be imported really easily once the documentation phase was completed. So at this stage, we'd kind of identified what needed to be validated, what needed to be resolved, and what needed to still be documented. And we had our lovely new mega tracking spreadsheet. And what we now needed was a new and clearly defined procedure. And we started this by actually defining what kind of items should be given a temporary number. So we had a working definition. And we came up with this one, which in short is that temporary numbers are applied to artworks or suspected artworks which meet specific criteria. These criteria being that they lack clear accession numbers or records, they're not listed in our current inventories, they don't have any provenance documentation, and they appear to have been in long-term storage with us. So once we had this documentation, we could then develop this written procedure for documenting temporary numbers and link this to our cataloging procedures. And this is our lovely new procedure that we came up with. So in short, the item being documented is assigned a temporary number. We then record specific information about the item where we can. So things like the location, the condition, the dimensions, as well as crucially, the date and the person recording this information in our master tracker. The item is then photographed and it's labeled. And then the rest is kind of more of a desktop exercise. So things like the photograph is filed, the item details and the image is all uploaded to the CMS. And then, crucially, the item enters this resolution phase of assessment and action. And then hopefully, at some point in the not too distant future, the temporary number is actually retired because it's been resolved. And then this is just a quick aside about our imaging setup so you can see what they looked like. So our technicians put together a mini imaging station with a copy stand. And we also needed a way of representing the temporary number in the image. So we came up with this very high-tech solution, which was to write the number on a scrap piece of Perspex with dry white marker, which was very effective and I would recommend to anyone. For anyone interested, this is a photograph of George Harrison's car, and this is how we would kind of format the file names for consistency ongoing. So, as I mentioned earlier, there was a kind of earmarked list of things which probably needed to be assigned temporary numbers in 2025. And so these were great for allowing us to test our new documentation procedure. So in the 2D store, these items were mainly these really big folios filled with paper items like reproductions, photographs, that kind of thing. So these were our proverbial guinea pigs for testing this new process. And this allowed us to ensure consistency in the data recorded and the images taken, work out any kinks, that kind of thing. And it also allowed us to develop this follow-on process for resolving the numbers, which we felt was really important to document to ensure accountability and transparency and to combat this ongoing issue of institutional memory loss that I mentioned. So this brings me on to the second phase of this project, which is trying to resolve temporary numbers so they don't remain in the collection in perpetuity, which is the dream scenario. So this is a three-stage process, which is assessment, action, and then hopefully a reduction in temporary numbers. And I'll take you through each of these stages in a little bit more detail now. So stage one is assessment. So key staff began meeting about once a month to look at a selection of temporary numbers and make decisions about the next steps that would be required to resolve them. This generally included our head of collection care, technical managers, and myself, and we also included our director as needed for slightly more complex things. We mostly targeted historical temporary numbers where data was patchy or the next steps were very inconclusive so that we could fill data gaps at the same time. And during these days, all of these decisions made were recorded in the central tracker. And then at the bottom of the slide, you can just see an example of how this data would be recorded and how it would look. So you can see the date, the staff that were present, the category, our proposed actions, and also who is responsible for actioning this. So in this case, this item had been proposed for archiving, so the responsibility lies with our archivist who would then be notified. Stage two then is action, which I think can be the most complicated and infuriating phase. So any proposed actions, as I said, would be recorded during the assessment days, and then they would be broadly categorized according to kind of task type. So, for example, some categories we used were in-house collections management. So if something needed to be archived or recatalogued, something that we can do ourselves. Inquiry to be made if maybe we needed to query something with an artist gallery or gain some clarification, or further research needed for items where there just wasn't a clear next step and somebody needs to go and do some digging. This process can be quite slow, especially as you wait for email responses or you fall down research rabbit holes. We've all been there. And this is where I found that categorizing these actions can really help. So, for example, if you know that you have a list of items which you can just go ahead and action because it's an in-house step, targeting those first can help you feel like you're actually making progress while you wait for email replies about other items that you can't deal with yet. And this is just an example of what that process looks like in terms of documentation again. So here we've got a photograph of an accessioned work. You can see that the query category is in-house collections management. Our archivist has left notes explaining her final decision and any further steps. So in this case, the item just needed to be rehoused before it could be archived. The item's not being accessioned or disposed, so it doesn't require a form. And the final outcome then is that the item was rehoused and archived, and then the temporary number has been retired accordingly. So stage three then is, hopefully, after all that hard work, a reduction in the amount of temporary numbers that we have. So once those due diligence steps have been carried out and those steps have been actioned, a final decision is made. Now, I will note that if this decision is accession into the collection or disposal of an item from the collection, it's signed off by our director and head of collection care before anything else is arranged and anything's kind of completed. But once this has happened, then the final steps are completed to action that final outcome, and then the temporary record is updated with these details, it's closed, and it's retired on both the tracker and our CMS. But as you can imagine, this takes time, which is why it's so important to document each stage of this process as you go along, because we're all busy. You would understandably lose your mind coming back to something that you haven't documented properly. So that is our process, and I'm sure you're all dying to know what we've unearthed. So the answer is a huge range of things. We've had hundreds of print reproductions of artworks from across periods and movements, lots of different physical media formats, some exhibition material, the odd costume, some original artworks. And in the sculpture collection, they've had anything you can think of, basically, because sculptures can be made out of basically anything. So this has included ladders, baby baths, rolls of wallpaper, fairy lights, parquet flooring, you name it, they've probably found it. So to date, we've assessed over the last year since this project was kind of initiated, we've assessed about 200 temporary numbers. And of these, we've identified, so we've got 80 archive candidates, which our lovely archivist is now processing. We've identified 37 works which belong to the collection, but which had been deaccessioned for unknown reasons, or they'd not been cited for a very long time. And these have now had their status updated and they've also been inventoried. We had 22 items which we know need to be returned to their correct owners, and we know the owner, and 5 of these have now been successfully returned, which is great. And finally, we've got 60 items which we know are part of the collection, but they're catalogued incorrectly, basically, so they need to be recatalogued. So this has included things like accessory items, so maybe an original frame for an accessioned work, or an exhibition copy of something, that kind of thing. And we've now got a project to address these in development, which is great. And then just a little update on the future of the project. So due to time constraints and capacity and just the general ramping up of our store move preparations before next year, we've had to pivot from the kind of dream scenario of complete resolution of temporary numbers before the store move to accountability. So ensuring that everything is documented and the next steps can easily be picked up post-move. I think it was Sarah mentioned earlier about clarity being a gift, which really resonated with me because that's what we're trying to do here. You know, we're trying to give our future selves and others that gift of clarity. So we're really focusing on inventory control, making sure everything is properly catalogued, resolving items which have already been assessed, so where we know what needs to happen, and relocation readiness. So ensuring that our temporary numbers are trackable to the same standard as our permanent collection. And I also thought I would just share some key lessons that we've learned along the way because everybody loves a lesson learned. So this project, I think, has really highlighted to me the importance of consistent documentation, especially when you're dealing with temporary numbers, because they have the potential to last forever, although we hope that they won't. Also, the importance of preserving data integrity. So it stays up to date, it stays usable, and this involves making sure, you know, you record every step of the resolution process, also that you label things properly. And all of these things help to preserve institutional memory, which is so key in long-term projects like these, and which was a real issue that we faced even, you know, over a 5-year period. It's also been a learning curve in just how much time these things take and how much time and resource investment you actually need to be able to properly tackle these types of backlogs. Last but not least, I am very much not a one-woman show. It takes a huge amount of support and help to do this kind of important work. So I'd just like to thank all of my lovely colleagues listed here who've assisted with this project in lots of different ways. It literally would not have been possible otherwise without my amazing team. So yeah, that is me. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for having me today. I realized that was probably quite a lot of information at once. So if anyone does have questions that they think of later, or if they want to discuss anything, my email is there, and please do email me because I'd be very happy to chat more about temporary numbers.
Thank you, Katie. That was really interesting. It was interesting to hear about the kind of how you're documenting it and creating that paper trail. And as you said, like making it make sense for someone in the future, so that you're not having to always like unpick someone's past project. And we heard that in Stephanie and Lucy's presentation as well about, you know, evidencing that process, which is so important. Now you mentioned about kind of institutional memory loss and like how to combat that. And I can't help myself but put a link in the chat to a really useful collections biography toolkit. At collections just we're always like pushing that, like trying to find the time to do one of those collections biographies. Sometimes they're called like documentation histories, but they're so important. We heard about it in the Deaf Museum as well, about how there was so much information, you know, in someone's head, and it's trying to get all that, you know, brilliant information and get it written down, so that it's useful for kind of succession planning, and meaning that you're not always having to like start from scratch to unpick things. So I've put the link in the chat to a really kind of helpful toolkit which holds your hand through how you might want to kind of create a collections biography in your museum. But anyway, Katie, that was fantastic. Thank you. I can see lots of questions, so I think it makes sense to go to the questions now, which will be chaired by my colleague Sarah Sinker. If you've got any more questions, then do pop them in. But I think I'll hand over to you, Sarah, if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely. I only came across the collections biography toolkit a couple of years ago, and it is really such a useful resource. So please do look at that. I was thinking about it too. So good for that kind of institutional memory, and particularly for people that have been there a really long time. I feel like the last place I worked for 11 years, I definitely should have written down some of the stuff before I left, but we are where we are. So we've got lots of questions. Thank you very much in the Q&A. If you have any more questions as we go, please feel free to put them in. I have many questions flying through my head, but I will park those for later. We'll start off, we've got a few questions for Sarah Hartshorne. So probably best either anyone that's spoken, you put your cameras on now if you want, or just as and when there's a question, put them on. But Sarah, I see you there. So the first one is, we have just been granted working towards accreditation status with a return date in 2028, so quite far in the future. Will they be expected to work to the new standard or the existing one even after this new one is implemented? So I'm sure lots of people have a very similar question.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those inbuilt tensions of keeping the scheme open whilst trying to redesign it at the same time. So yeah, fully understand where the question comes from. Just to kind of flag, these kind of questions, do have a look at the FAQ. But in this instance, whilst you've got me, at the point of submission for anybody who's wanting to enter the scheme, you'll always be entering against the standard that is live at that point. Right now, because working towards you can submit at any time. If you were to submit right now, it would be against the current standard. There will be a huge fanfare when we launch the new standard, and there will be a period where we understand that we've generated something where we need some grace period. But if you are returning in 2028, if you're getting close to that deadline, my expectation would be it would be against the new standard, and the new standard will be easier to use. So I'll leave it to you to decide what's best for your organisation timing wise. But yeah, hopefully that gives a bit of a helpful steer.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And there's a couple of questions on that in that same vein, and another one talking about so particularly for council-run museums where it's really quite tricky to get things signed off, and that process is often really slow. With, for example, this specific question is about their new collections development policy, which has just been signed off, and just checking that one wouldn't need to change until it's out of date. So for existing policies, will it be the case that, I mean, I think you've covered this, but just for absolute clarity, that people won't need to suddenly be changing things last minute in order for the new accreditation?
No, absolutely that. And what you'll see, I mean, collections development policy is a slightly different case in the sense that we will be asking people to upload their current in-date one, and it being in date is the thing that we'll find, important, that thinking's still live for you. But we'll just be asking for a lot less policies to be submitted. The questions will be more about tell us how you do this in practice. So everyone now could answer how they do every single requirement in practice. That kind of evidence paper trail will go into higher trust, so you'll just feel a lot less of that. But in this instance, and around those approvals, yes, totally understand that. And just on the point for local authority, sorry, Sarah, for hogging the mic. If you're a local authority with lots of different sites, we get this question a lot. You have to submit every single time. We'll make it so you can just submit, one for the service or whatever feels meaningful for your decision making. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really helpful. I think hopefully that gives a bit of clarity. But like Sarah said, there are these kind of Q&As that you can come to that are every month, I'm going to say. So there is time to kind of, there's the email that Sarah put in the chat earlier. So there is ways of there's lots of information out there. And also, as Sarah mentioned, you can email and get her slides if you like. Otherwise, of course, you can listen to the recording again as many times as you want, which was extremely helpful. So the next question is for Lindsay and Lydia. So it was about the documentation sprint, which also my ears picked up when I heard that. I love the thought of this. So the question is, at what point do you judge the museum can assume it owns an object found in the collection if no existing documentation is found? Do you intend to accession all of the objects found with no documentation, or would you assess them for accession against the new collections development policy?
I'll take this one. There's two questions there, so I'll deal with the ownership one first. And yeah, I have to say, there's only about 1,300 objects in the Deaf Museum's collections, so I'm so relieved that we were not dealing with temporary numbers on the scale of Natural History Museum. The one really valuable piece of information we had to start with was we had an accurate list of the loans into the museum. So everything else on the balance of probability and risk, we could assume ownership by the BDHS. But what we didn't have was a full accessions register or a nice, neat, complete collection of object entry forms. The collection was started to be put together over 30 years ago, and accreditation spectrum didn't come into play until about 12, 15 years ago with the museum. So the documentation was not how you would do it right now. And what we realised was all the objects on display were accessioned, were catalogued, but the objects in the store weren't. But some of them did match up to object entry forms. It's just that they had never carried on through the spectrum procedures to link the two up. And we didn't have time during the inventory to do that. So a lot of the objects with temporary numbers on the inventory will actually match up to paperwork. And it shouldn't take too much time to match those up. Using the object entry forms or mining other correspondence, other information that we've got. And then we'll be left with those objects where we need to mine Peter's brain, because they will be things that were sent through the post, so there's an intent to give. They were given to a BDHS trustee without any paperwork, but there's the intent to give. So it's trying to whittle down the number of unknowns that we've got. And then the second thing is the accessioning, and I suppose the relevance, the collections development policy. We had a discussion in January about the collections development policy and how it needs to be relevant to the BDA. And what we do with those that either fell within the BDHS policy and doesn't fall within the BDAs that are unaccessioned, or were acquired but didn't actually fall within the BDHS's collections development policy in the first place. We don't have an answer to that yet. The first thing is to do the ownership work first to get that as robust as we can, and then the next stage will be to look at the accessioning and the relevance. We are going very steadily with the BDA because obviously it's a steep learning curve for them. So they are having to understand the difference between cataloguing and accessioning and so on. We're looking at doing a session for the BDA trustees around the Code of Ethics. So yeah, the answer to the CDP question, we can't answer fully yet because we're still to work that out.
Very fair. Thank you, Lindsay. We'll move on to a question for Stephanie and Lucy. So when carrying out an inventory of a large collection, what's the best way to tackle it? So then they've put two options. Complete the entire inventory first, and only then go back through to start resolving issues and dealing with unaccessioned or catalogued items, etc. Or split it into discrete projects and carry out an inventory for an area, then go back through to deal with updating documentation for that collection before moving on to the next inventory area, or another.
Shall I start, Stephanie? Fab. I would definitely advocate for smaller contained projects. I think when you are starting anything involving the inventory procedure and temp numbers, you also need to sort of mentally factor in that follow-on additional time that you need to do once you've actually sort of gone through everything, made an initial checklist. Then you actually need to, at some point you're going to need to do that resolution piece or that reconciliation piece, and that piece can take an immense amount of time, and it's really hard to guess from the outset how long that's going to take. But I think if you've made things more discrete packages, then it sort of enables you to more targeted focus through that. You could, as you say, if you fancied it, sweep through your entire collection. For us, I don't think that would be at all workable, because actually then what we'd end up with is we'd end up with a different kind of backlog that's then just heaps of temporary numbers that we then are looking at going, oh, well, we haven't done that piece of work. Whereas there's something about trying to make the temporary number meaningful and purposeful and truly temporary by we've allocated this and now we're going to try and work through that. You'll then be able to filter some out, and then you'll end up with a small collection that you might not be able to work through. And then you could potentially look at the next one. And you might see additional patterns coming up in terms of there could be things that actually in this pot don't fit, but then they actually are part of the same material over here, but you just didn't know. So I probably would do the targeted approach just in terms of my own mental sanity and trying to sort of tick things off the list. But I'll leave it for Steph to respond to as well.
I 100% agree. I think especially with the scale of our collection, having smaller projects is more manageable, and having clear direction on methodology and approach is really key. So 100% agree with Lucy with this.
I actually think even if you have a smaller collection, that doing those kind of smaller, like in a more targeted way, is also more motivating, because it's quite difficult to
Absolutely.
retain motivation when you're working in that way. So that's really helpful. Then, I mean, ridiculous maybe, but in the previous place I worked, we didn't allocate year numbers to temporary numbers. So often it was just like, who knows when this number was allocated? You could just tell from the handwriting that it was in the 80s or something. But this is a good question about like how do you track the allocation of those temporary numbers on a scale of that size? So less in terms of the dating, but are they automated, for example, on your CMS or assigned to staff in batches? How do you kind of track that allocation of how? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I
So
see. This is a different question to what I was asking. Two questions, which, so yeah, sorry. This is in relation to allocating it to people to reconcile. Apologies, I read that wrong.
So allocation, so our CMS can allow for allocation to different curators. So we can assign a task or we can give them into a group that they can then manage and have access to. So and they can also give it to other curators who they work with closely, who can also help and support with adding information into the record to help reconcile at a later date. So that is a way for us to be able to allow the curators to manage their temp numbers, hopefully in a meaningful way that they can then get a resolution sort of fairly quickly, but again, it all depends on documentation. But it is a way that we've embedded the management of that within our CMS.
It's interesting because I've also worked with a system that can also do that, but I would say for the majority of our museums, they don't have that kind of automated system for allocation. I wonder, do you have any thoughts on how a museum could do it on a smaller scale, but track that either within their CMS or kind of elsewhere?
I mean, spreadsheets are great. Not always something
Yeah.
that we encourage, but spreadsheets are fantastic. Again, to manage and based on different and allocation of different curators and whoever is managing those temp records. Groups, again, I don't know if all CMSs have the ability of grouping, but that is a great way of, again, having that management capacity. I don't know, Lucy, anything else that you can think of?
I was just going to say, I think it's going to be about, for us, the real challenges and part of the reason that we've put it in our CMS is because we have so many people, which is obviously a luxury, but not really enough people for the things, as we all understand. But we have so many people physically disparate across the collection. So to have the central CMS as that place is really helpful. I think if you are a smaller institution, again, it's going to be looking at who actually can do this, what people have the ability to come and sort of assign them, and then thinking about, could someone say photocopy and take it over there, and then you end up with duplication. Or if, for instance, you have a spreadsheet, as Steph said, with all of the sort of whizzy Microsoft that we've got going on right now, you can see that other people are in that, and you could say, you know, I'm using this temp number, I'm using this temp number. You could potentially go through and sort of say, oh, I'm going to take this batch of 10, you take this next batch within a spreadsheet or something. So I think it's going to be about exploring for you where your entry points are for your people, trying to constrain it so that there's kind of one, and then working out a system that works for you. And that could still be on paper, but again, it's then making sure people are physically going to the one space rather than taking copies and moving things around in other places. So yeah, that's all I could say.
That's really helpful. There's another question for you both, Stephanie and Lucy, but actually it'd be interesting to hear from Katie as well on this point. So the question is for the Natural History Museum. How are the next temporary numbers assigned? For example, if a large number of people are working at one time, how do you ensure the same number isn't assigned twice? I can assume the answer, but what I will also ask, kind of in addition to that, is although the NHM is big and you will have like multiple people working on it, I think this is also an issue for tiny museums as well, and all museums where you have multiple people working on projects, and that this same issue happens with volunteer run museums as much as with big museums, I would say. What how do you do it at NHM?
So our temp numbers are they're generated by our data management team. So they are sort of the one point of call for especially batches of temp numbers. We've rolled it out very much sort of quite small with certain collections, but just to start with, just to see how it goes. And that has worked quite well with, especially with the big projects of unsorted material, where they can request 50 to 100 temp numbers at a time. And we can monitor that fairly closely and ensure that that there are no temp numbers that are not being used, or they're reallocated to other curators where they need to be. So that is one way that we have been able to manage it so that there is no duplication of temp numbers across different collections. So they go straight to the data management team, request the different temp numbers, and then we can make sure that there's no duplication.
Sorry, I'm muted. Just talking to myself. Katie, what about you at the Arts Council collection?
So we're a much smaller collection and we're a much smaller team, so this has been less of an issue for us. So our CMS can't generate accession numbers, temporary numbers, anything like that. It's not quite that sophisticated. So we decide the numbers and we feed those into the CMS, if you like. But the system that we used is actually kind of like what Lucy was suggesting, where we have sort of like a separate tracker of, okay, these are all of the sequential numbers for, say, 2025. And if, for example, you were like, for example, when I was recataloguing our folios under temporary numbers, I knew what days I would be doing that, and I could like estimate how many numbers I might need. So, the day before, I might be like, okay, I'm probably going to need 100 numbers tomorrow, and I would allocate them to myself. But it was less of an issue for us because there was only me doing it in London, and we have a collection project coordinator in Longside as well. So she would be the only other person doing it, basically. So we just had a kind of two-way like discussion of, if I needed to use more or I hadn't used all of my allocation and I knew she might want them, I would be able to like make them available for use again, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's kind of what we did.
That's really helpful. I'm sorry for being on mute there. It's a bit of a fail there. So there's a few questions in relation to how temporary numbers are retired or closed in a practical way. Has anybody got a answer for that? That would be really useful. So kind of including like how you record it on your CMS, etc.
Yeah, I'm happy
Practical way.
to answer that for us. So essentially what we do is we have our master tracking spreadsheet, which also maps to the CMS, so the data goes into the CMS as well. But the tracking spreadsheet, all of the temporary numbers have a status, so they're either active or they're retired. So if a number gets retired, its status changes to retired, and then there's like associated columns at the end after the outcome, which confirm that it's been retired, one in the tracker and two in the CMS. And then in terms of what we do in our CMS, so we use Vernon, just if anyone's interested. We don't have a way of like changing the procedural status to a retired T number, but we do have like a general flag function. So we will put like a standardized note in there to say that the T number was retired, who it was retired by, and the date. And then the T number stays retrievable in the system, but it doesn't stay editable. So Vernon has a feature where you can make the record still retrievable and viewable for like future reference. But it's not editable, but also crucially, it doesn't like disappear from your CMS entirely, just kind of as a just in case sort of procedure. So yeah, that's what happens. And those things kind of happen in tandem at the same time so that you don't end up with something that's retired in one place and not in another and then generating like another layer of confusion.
So we do very similar things. So we essentially are able to put in all the information, documentation essentially of how we've come to the resolution of resolving the temp number. So we would include that into notes as well as tasks. So that's again how we're raising and allocating temp numbers to curators. We can then close out and complete that task, indicating that this has now been resolved, it's been reconciled, and we can put a date on that as well, which again is that audit trail that we really need. We also like to link the record, so the temp number record, to the new record if it is an NHM material. If it has already an existing record, that is then linked digitally, so that we have that continued audit trail again, and so that relationship between the temp number record and the new record or the existing record. For anything that is a loan, we generally wouldn't create a new loan record. We would just return it and then sort of retire out the temp number. So again, just making sure that we maintain that documentation from the temp number, especially if it's been a temp number for quite a long time and it's been moved about. We want to retain all that information and then just generate that link to the new existing record.
Great, that's really useful. There's a question for Stephanie here about the QR coding that you mentioned. So how does the QR coding work? Do you swap between barcoding and QR codes, and do you only use this technology for temporary numbers, or do you use it beyond that?
I believe we've used it beyond it. Lucy might be able to highlight a little bit more about this. It is how we generate a lot of our labels through our CMS. So it is very much more the data side of things. So it's just how I've been given the labels with our QR codes. Some barcodes are generic linear barcodes, but we've been using the QR code, which is how they've been generated through our CMS. So Lucy, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I think just to reinforce that we don't necessarily have all of the detail on that. If you're interested, we know the people that do, but quite a lot of our, as part of our digitization workflow, really, the team use QR codes to sort of capture really core information like country or taxonomic information. They can then easily associate those with, if you've got something like a pinned insect, they can make tiny QR codes that sit on the pin, and then it will just enable the scanning and the upload and the capturing of data far quicker. So it's really quite we're not really in the super technical squad at our museum. There's a whole digitization and sort of data informatics. But yes, so we've got both QR codes and barcodes in operation in lots of different areas. And so, yeah, if there's something that you're interested in exploring or understanding more, we're not necessarily your people, but we could be the people that could pass you to those that have more of that know-how.
Thank you. Yes, I've also used barcodes, but I also don't have the tech to explain how we used it either. It was additional people. But what I will say is Museum Development Southeast, we've got a documentation e-network. If you're in the Southeast, it's the kind of question you can pop on there and there will be somebody within that network. Otherwise, get in touch with Lucy or Stephanie to signpost you to somebody who can help. So there's a couple more. We've only got a few more minutes. So a question for Katie was, how long did the consolidation process take?
I assume this person is referring to like consolidating the data from
Yeah.
different places.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, how long did that take? I mean, I think that was kind of one of the first things that I did when I started in this role, and I think I probably worked on it for maybe like a month or so, but that wasn't the only thing I was doing. I was doing various other things. So I think it kind of depends. The data that we had, like it was patchy and it was in different places, but in general, there was data available. There was something for everything. So it was mostly just a case of kind of combining spreadsheets, doing a little bit of Power Query, and then kind of going through and cleaning that data. And because at the time it was only kind of 300 records, it wasn't super time consuming. So yeah, I think I spent about a month doing it on and off, but that was in addition to other work, so not too long.
Good. I mean, needless to say, it's about like shoehorning in some time, isn't it, to focus on this? That's why it was interesting hearing about the like allocating out certain time to do certain tasks. It's a way of kind of keeping it progressing. I think we've probably got time for one more question that is about time. So it's about it's for for Stephanie and Lucy, but again, I think it's kind of a question for anyone, is about how you manage curators' time and organizational priorities for them to focus their time only on reconciliation. I suspect that it is never focused only on reconciliation, but be interested to hear.
I'll start with this one, and just to say that we at the museum are being incredibly ambitious in our projects. And so not only are we getting a new CMS, which we're working on, we're also moving a third of our collection. We're also digitizing at Mascout, and we're also redoing all of our galleries. And so I think when you put all of that into perspective, our curators really don't have a lot of time to do this kind of work. And I think what sort of speaking for them is that this is the kind of thing that actually is so interesting and could be so fulfilling in so many ways. We also don't actually manage any of the curatorial staff. So really, actually, what we're seeing is that the teams are building this into their own forward job work based on kind of their own prioritization. And so particularly the area that Steffi spoke to earlier, our fossil mammals team, they've been phenomenal because they started really this project and they have generated a lot of temp numbers and they are really actively trying to work through them. We have hit, and it relates to another question that I know I've seen, which is around material that maybe we haven't got to a point of reconciling it, and what do we do with it? That is a blocker, and that's something that we are kind of stuck with right now. There are ongoing conversations, we know, with the Law Commission around what we might be doing with orphan material, orphan loans, and it might be that whatever comes from that piece of work might be able to feed into potential options for us. But ultimately, we've got this massive move coming really soon. What we've been able to do as far as we are able is we've given things a valid record that enables us to potentially move it in the state that it is, understanding it as far as we can right now. And that is it's just going to continue in the future in our new site in terms of this is our backlog, this is on our future plan. At some point, we're going to have to deal with it. So it is a real challenge in our institution right now. I don't know, Steph, you got anything else to say?
I agree. And I think for us, it's very much giving the curators the tools to manage the material over this time as well, just to ensure that they are able to continue working on it if they can, if they've have the time, but also can locate it, can find it, can digitally both and physically as well. So that is also one of the crucial things because we recognize how big the scale of our collection is and what is actually feasible with the timescale that we have for not only the move and everything else happening, but also looking at the future of how long these records might be temps for.
Thank you all so much for your time and for your talks this morning. It's been really useful. I really think that temporary numbers are useful no matter the size of your organization, and like really thinking about the way you track them is so important because no matter the scale of your organization, obviously if you have 80 million objects, you're in a right old pickle. But even if you've got 1,000 objects, there's always objects that have drifted off from their number, from their documentation. That is just the way of museums, keeps us all in jobs or volunteer hour times. But so I think this thinking about temp numbers is so important. So it's really helpful. Just before, I'm conscious that we're 1 minute over, but just to say that somebody in the chat has said that they have an Excel sheet in Teams where people sign out numbers before recording them on the database, but also they can't have duplicate numbers on their database. So if you have used a database, but even if you're using Excel, to like search for the number first before you're allocating a new one. And then someone else has just commented that traditional barcodes are being retired, so QR codes are replacing them. QR codes and barcodes is a whole other conversation separate to this training today, but very interesting. But yeah, I don't know if I should hand back over to Anna or I should just say it's lunchtime. So hello, everybody, and welcome back to today's Banish the Backlog Symposium. I hope you all had a nice lunch. I make it 1:25, so we are going to restart. I'm just going to go through the programme for the afternoon. First of all, no, in fact, before I do that, I'm just very quickly going to just remind you of a couple of things. So this is a webinar, so your cameras and microphones are automatically off. We've got live captioning today, thanks to Stage Text. If you have a question during the afternoon, the same as this morning, if you use the Q&A button at the bottom, so if your screen is smaller, you might need to press on the circle button with the 3 dots, then click on the Q&A and then ask your questions into that. And then at the end of these next few case studies, we will have the afternoon Q&A. Which is going to be run by Alan Bentley from Museum Development North. So please put your questions in there as and when oh, thank you, Sarah. Sorry. The next question is, the next slide is housekeeping. That will be a nice little reminder for you then, like a little test. But anyway, I'm doing it back to front here. So yes, so the Q&A will be there. So please do put your questions in as and when they come up, and then we'll come to them later. So the programme for this afternoon, we've got a packed schedule. So first of all, we've got From Crisis to Catalogue with Heather Stracey, who's the Senior Collections Officer at the Amelia Scott in Tunbridge Wells in Kent. Then at 1:45, we've got Beyond the Exhibition, Why Documentation is the Real Legacy, which is from Morgan Bell, who's the collections manager, and Hannah Price, the curator at the Whipple Museum of the History of Science in Cambridge. Then we have a break at 2:05, and we'll be back after 15 minutes at 2:20, looking at Banishing the Backlog at the Museum of Gloucester with Tilly Morton, who's the Museum Collection Decant Coordinator. Then we have a session from the Wellcome Collection on locations, navigating challenges in a location-led inventory, which is Emily Lansell, who's the collections auditor, and Dr. Alexandra Hill, who's the librarian. Then we have another break at 3 for 15 minutes, and then we'll be back to hear from the Science Museum Group, Thomas Smith, who's the Group Documentation Manager, which is looking at making your records accountable. And then we'll go into the Q&A at 3:35, and then we'll be finishing just before 4 o'clock, or indeed just at 4. So a packed schedule this afternoon. So I hope you all had a good lunch and you're ready for action. So here is the housekeeping slide, which I've already gone through, but anyway, just to put it there for a second. And just to remind you, if you're having a problem, please put a message in the chat. You can send it specifically to hosts and panelists. You can change between everyone and hosts and panelists. So you can send us a message and we'll try and sort it out. And the other thing to point out is the event is being recorded. So we're not planning on sharing the slides afterwards, but there will be a recording on the Collections Trust YouTube channel afterwards. So you can go back, dip in and out whenever you want after the event. So we're going to go on to our next case study, which is from Heather Stracey, who's the Senior Collections Officer at the Amelia in Tunbridge Wells, Kent. And she's going to be talking about From Crisis to Catalogue. I'll hand over to you, Heather, if you're all right to turn your camera on.
Thank you. Can everyone see me? I've got it on.
Yes.
Brilliant. Hi everyone. So yes, I'm Heather Stracey. I'm the Senior Collections Officer at the Amelia Scott in Tunbridge Wells. So the main parts of my job are looking after the museum objects there and the documentation that we hold at the museum as well, and curating the displays there as well in the permanent galleries. And today I'm going to share how we started as a crisis in our costume store, and it became a very valuable opportunity for us as well. We were faced with a challenge that gave us the push we needed to tackle a long-standing backlog in our costume store. So we brought together staff and volunteers and worked collaboratively to not only address the immediate issue, but also fully catalogue, repackage and relocate the collection as well. So what could have been purely reactive actually turned into something more positive and productive as well. So I'm really excited to talk to you today about that and the approach we took, what we learned along the way as well, and how working together made it possible to turn a difficult situation into a lasting progress as well. And I'm going to be that annoying person that's going to have to keep saying next slide. Thank you very much. So the flood sounds like such a dramatic thing. So I'm sure many of us on the webinar have experienced an emergency or two during our time in the world of collections. So our emergency was discovered in the costume store in about August of last year. A radiator pipe had burst in there and hot water was pouring out into the space. It was very, very scary at the time. It wasn't just a minor leak, it was a steady flow that quickly spread across the store and outside of the store as well. And some of the costumes were hanging and covered, which was great, which did help. And little did get wet in that area. However, the water did pool at the bottom, which got some of the bottom of the dresses wet. We also had boxes in the space as well, including a number that had been temporarily placed on the floor while we were in the process of rehousing them, which took most of the water as well, took the brunt of it. Next. Oh, hang on, one minute. Sorry, I've gone too far. On the slide before that, yeah, thank you very much. So very quickly it became clear that we couldn't leave anything where it was. So the entire store had to be evacuated. Everything had to be moved into a safe space as quickly as possible. Lots of people chipped in to help, including front of house staff, members of the facility team, and some volunteers as well. And it made a huge difference in that initial response. In the moment, felt very overwhelming. There was water, heat, and a lot of uncertainty about what had been affected and how badly it had been affected as well. But it forced us to act quickly, assess the situation, and start making decisions about how to protect the collection as well. Next slide, please. So once everything had been moved, the next priority was making sure the affected costumes were stable. Anything that had got wet was kept in a safe room on site where we could monitor it closely. And over the next 3 months, we carried out regular checks for any signs of mold growth, pest activity, or further deterioration. And it was a very careful and quite methodical process, but it gave us reassurance that the collection was safe and allowed us to respond quickly if anything did change in that time. At the same time, we began to realise that this situation also gave us an opportunity. Through the insurance claim, we were able to invest in proper museum grade packaging, which some of the stuff wasn't before. That included new boxes, acid-free tissue paper, Tyvek covers, and that sort of thing, as well as conservation grade hangers. It meant we could rehouse the collection to a much higher standard than before. And we also used the moment to step back and audit everything as well. As we worked through the collection, that's where it became clear that we had a bit of a backlog. So we started checking records, updating information, and created fresh box audits as well. And it was a chance to bring everything up to date rather than just putting things back where they were. Next slide, please. So as we started auditing the collection more closely, we also came face to face with the reality of our backlog. It quickly became clear that there were several items that simply weren't recorded in our collection database modes. Some of these had clearly fallen under the radar over time, or others had more complicated stories behind them. This included some dresses that we put on loan to the Fashion Museum in Bath when it first opened in the 1960s. They had temporary accession numbers, but they hadn't properly gone through the system and hadn't been processed on our end. In some cases, items had originally come in as loans and had later been converted into donations, but that they hadn't been changed formally again in the system or recorded that way. And in others, they were linked to inquiries which objects had been left with us and never collected, which is a common thing in museums all over. And working through the collection in detail meant we could start to untangle all of this. We were identifying items, confirming their status, and making sure they were properly documented for the first time. It was a bit of a turning point because we realised that this wasn't just about rehousing, it was about proper understanding what we held, and that's really where the backlog became visible as something we could begin to actively address. Next slide, please. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Is it? Thank you. So starting fresh, and it really felt like we had the chance to start fresh. We were incredibly lucky to have a group of wonderful volunteers, some of them you can see in the photographs in the PowerPoint, who played a huge part in making the work possible. Together we went through every single item of clothing in the collection, of which there are over 8,000 pieces. They helped us carry out condition checks, making sure each object had an up-to-date record on our system. At the same time, we were rehousing everything into museum-grade packaging, carefully wrapping and boxing each piece up, and creating clear, accurate audits for every box. It was a really hands-on process, and along the way, the volunteers built up a lot of knowledge and confidence, and learned how to handle delicate costumes safely, and what to do, look out for in terms of damage as well, and the kinds of issues that can arise after something like a flood. Next slide, please. So as part of starting fresh, we also focused on improving how everything was documented. So we created a full inventory of the costume collection, and we audited every single box as well. So we printed audit sheets on acid-free paper and used acid-free pens to write down everything that's in the box, so that the records themselves would be preserved long term. And each audit included a clear table listing the accession number, a brief description of the item, its condition, the name of the person who checked it, and the date of the check. And these audits replaced all of the old paperwork we found in the boxes, much of which was beginning to deteriorate and no longer fit for purpose. And the hope being that anyone looking inside the box in the future would immediately know exactly what was inside the box and the condition that it's also in. Next slide, please. So while we were rehousing and auditing, we were also working on proper cataloguing. Many items had minimal or no descriptions, so we carried out research to fill in the gaps. At the same time, we updated the locations of every single item and added objects to modes that hadn't been recorded at all, bringing the database fully up to date in terms of the costume collection. And doing this in parallel meant that as the collection was rehoused and wrapped, the information about each item was accurate and immediately accessible. This has made it much easier for researchers, the exhibition team, and staff working day to day to locate and use the collection. And importantly, it's also allowed us to finally tackle a backlog that had been building for many, many years. Next slide, please. So cleaning and conservation. So after the 3-month period, monitoring period, and thorough condition checking, we identified a few items that had historic mould. Thankfully, because of our fast response and careful handling, we saw very little new mould growth and pest damage across the collection. There were a small number of items, including the pictured Victorian walking dress, that required additional treatment. These were carefully frozen, monitored, and then cleaned to ensure that they were safe for long-term storage. And the process reinforced the importance of acting quickly and monitoring closely after a flood. It also gave us the confidence that the measures we had put in place, safe relocation, proper packaging, and ongoing checks were protecting the collection effectively. Next slide, please. So I've already mentioned museum grade packaging, but it's also worth emphasising just how carefully this was approached. Every item was not only rehoused in the right materials, but we also made sure everything was clearly labelled and packed appropriately for long-term preservation. That meant wrapping delicate items correctly, using the right supports for hanging costumes, and arranging boxes so that nothing would be crushed or damaged over time. By taking the time to do this properly, we were able to protect the collection for the future while also making it much easier to access and use. It was about creating a system that we will serve, hopefully, for the collection many years in the future, many years to come. Next slide, please. So another important part of the project was relocating the collection into a new store. This was something we had wanted to do for a while, and the flood gave us the perfect opportunity to make that happen. The former store wasn't completely appropriate for the collection, so moving everything meant we could finally provide a space that was better suited to long-term care and preservation. It was a big task, moving boxes, rehousing costumes and hanging items, but it was all worth it in the end, and it is looking great. Every item is now in the best packaging it could be in, and all the updated locations have been recorded on our database. And this move has created a safer, more organised and accessible environment for the collection, which supports both preservation and day-to-day use as well. Next slide, please. So during the flood evacuation, it quickly became apparent that some staff who helped but aren't museum experts weren't completely confident handling the objects. It was understandable given how delicate some of the pieces were, but it highlighted a need for extra support and training. So once the immediate crisis was over, we offered object handling training to anyone who wanted it. This gave staff the skills and confidence to handle items safely and understand what to watch for in terms of damage or risk. And this also means that in future emergencies, more people will be able to respond quickly and appropriately, protecting the collection even better than before. Next slide, please. So one of the unexpected highlights of this project was rediscovering some of the truly amazing pieces in the collection. As we went through everything carefully, we came across items that had been overlooked for years. This included a stunning 1920s dress that was made entirely of shimmering beetle wings, which is remarkable both for its beauty and craftsmanship. We also uncovered a beautiful royal blue beaded Victorian carriage dress, which is photographed on the right-hand side. And this was worn as a wedding dress for a second marriage, which has been tucked away and not properly documented before. So these all got updates. Next slide, please. So there were plenty of challenges along the way, some of which I have already mentioned. We went through a huge amount of blotting paper, which is essential for keeping moisture under control and preventing mould from germinating on some of the heavier items, like the skirts pictured, as well as delicate silk pieces. There were also challenges we couldn't tackle on our own. Some garments were too fragile or too badly affected to be treated in-house, so we had to send them off to our local conservator for specialist cleaning and care. And these challenges reminded us that while teamwork and careful planning go a long way, sometimes you need to draw on some external expertise to ensure the collection is protected properly. It was a great example of how collaboration, both internally and with outside specialists, helped us overcome obstacles and keep the collection safe. Next slide, please. So unexpected positives. One of the really positive things about the project was how much progress happened faster than it might have done under normal circumstances. Our volunteers gained new skills along the way, learning about handling costumes safely, condition checking, and caring for delicate materials. The process also highlighted that the original store wasn't really suitable for the collection, which gave us the push we needed to relocate everything to a much more appropriate space. It allowed us to repackage the entire collection in museum-grade materials, and while doing so, we discovered some old issues from a past flood that we were able to address properly. We also began digitising parts of the collection as well, and importantly, we were able to audit and inventory every single item, giving us a complete up-to-date record. Next slide, please. So lessons learned. So the project highlighted that some of our junior staff had never experienced a disaster before. It was a real learning opportunity for them, and they picked up new skills quickly, and they helped manage the response. And afterwards, we ran object handling training for staff for non-museum teams so that everyone felt more confident in future emergencies. we also realised that a larger evacuation zone would be needed if this ever happened again. And in the moment, we had to make most of the space and the equipment we had available. This showed us the importance of ensuring that equipment is easily accessible and there's enough to go around for an emergency. And despite challenges, the team reacted very quickly and thoughtfully, which made a huge difference and meant that the damage was kept to a minimum. And it really reinforced how preparation, teamwork, and clear thinking can make all the difference. And then the next slide is just literally just repeating what I said. And I think it's been 15 minutes. I'm going to stop there. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Heather. It's really great to see like such a positive kind of cataloguing and like collections care solution come out of something really negative. That's really nice. If you have any questions for Heather, please pop them in the Q&A at the bottom. If you have a problem reaching the Q&A, please put a comment in the chat and we'll help you. So I'm going to hand over now to Morgan Bell, who's the collections manager, and Hannah Price, who's the curator at the Whipple Museum of the History of Science in Cambridge. So can you both uncamera yourself is what I was going to say. That's good English, isn't it? If you can come on when you're ready.
I think we're on camera. Can you see us?
Fab. Yes, thank you so much. I'll hand over to you now.
Hello, so I'm Morgan, I'm from the Whipple Museum, and this is our talk Beyond the Exhibition, Why Documentation is the Real Legacy. I think we all understand the importance of exhibitions in terms of sharing stories and research and bringing in visitors, but our talk is about the kind of sometimes overlooked legacy of exhibitions, improving documentation, and how curatorial knowledge can contribute to banishing your backlog. So a little bit about us. The Whipple Museum of the History of Science is a university museum, so it's both a vibrant public museum, but we're also a centre for object-based research and teaching. We are based at the University of Cambridge's Department of History and Philosophy of Science. We are a small/medium-sized museum. We have 9 members of staff, about 7 full-time equivalent, and last year we welcomed 26,000 visitors. Our mission is to use our collections to share, challenge, and explore stories from the history of science. And those collections are comprised of about 8,000 objects, scientific instruments, models, globes, prints, ephemera. We have things from our star, which is Charles Darwin's microscope, to kind of wackier things that you might not expect, such as a set of paper mache models of horses' teeth. We also have 5,000 rare books, 10,000 pieces of trade literature, and a small archive. And all of these collections have been designated as internationally important by Arts Council England. We are in a very fortunate position in that our collection is pretty well documented, but we still have 630 objects with temporary numbers, including many boxes that have become separated from their instrument over the years.
So here in Cambridge, we're part of a university that has a pretty famous reputation for science. It's been a centre of scientific inquiry for centuries. Some of that heritage we care for here at the Whipple. So on the left-hand side of this slide, 2 examples. The shiny brass microscope once belonged to Charles Darwin, and above is our beautiful 18th century grand orrery, which was once at St. John's College. But of course, there are other museums in Cambridge also looking after scientific heritage. And on top of that, a lot of our science departments and laboratories have their own collections of historic apparatus that we try and keep a bit of a watching brief on. We don't have capacity to care for those collections here, but we like to know what's going on and provide advice where we can. And one of the probably most important partners we have is the Cavendish Laboratory, which is the Department of Physics. And that was established in 1874. And on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see what looks like a Tudor gateway, but is in fact a very high-tech Victorian laboratory. And that is the entrance to the Cavendish. And it's just down the road from us where we are. It's Free School Lane in Cambridge. So we're on the edge of this very kind of important scientific site in terms of our museum. The Cavendish has its own collection of historic apparatus,
relating to some of their most significant professors, scientists, people like James Clerk Maxwell, J.J. Thomson, who discovered the electron. And we've also got some historic material from the Cavendish. So some of these other instruments you can see on this slide are just examples of the kind of material that we've got in the Whipple. So yeah, that brass guy next to Darwin's microscope, that's a galvanometer. We've got lots of very beautiful, very fragile glass vessels that we used for all kinds of experiments, to things like cathode rays. There's an X-ray tube. There are teaching models. The little jar, that's a Leyden jar. It's a kind of early battery. So yeah, really interesting bits of working kit from a Victorian laboratory that we have in the Whipple. So in the 70s, the Department of Physics moved from that very fancy building to a new site in West Cambridge. And at that point, the physicists were like, oh, what's all this old stuff? Let's give it to the Whipple. And that's the kind of origin of our part of the collection. And some of it came in quite a chaotic way. Like, there are legends about skips, things being rescued from skips. And while a lot of it was well documented, a lot of it wasn't. So we had a pretty good idea that there were some Cavendish pieces of apparatus in our collection that were T numbers. In 2024, it was the 150th anniversary of the founding of the Cavendish, and we decided to mark this with a special exhibition. And it was a pretty good time because they were then moving into their really shiny brand new facility. So it was a good moment to bring some of their collection to the Whipple, reunite it with our Cavendish collection, and just kind of tell that story of Free School Lane kind of for the first time since the 70s. So here you can see Morgan and me looking very pleased with ourselves at one of the cases. This was a really cool project for me. This was the first exhibition I did here. I inherited it from our director. He went on paternity leave, and I was kind of given this project about a period I knew very little about. But it was great. I had to do a deep dive very quickly, and I've got totally obsessed, and it's now a kind of real research interest of mine, which is relevant for what happens next.
So as Hannah said, we did borrow some items from the Cavendish laboratory. We borrowed 13 things, including this alphabetical catalogue, which is from 1894 and is a handwritten book which lists all the apparatus that they held or used in 1894. And it also has additional details, such as, well, sometimes has additional details like where it was used, where it was made, things like that. There's also extra bits where they've added items after 1894, which we could work out from the handwriting. At the end of the exhibition, we did have to return most of the objects to go into their brand new shiny building, but we got to hang on to this catalogue because by that point we had kind of realised that this might have research value. So on this slide, you can see some of the clues in the collection that objects are related to the Cavendish. They had a pretty systematic numbering system, and they're quite distinctive. That's not to say there aren't other numbers like this that we find on objects, because other labs also did this, but the Cavendish numbers are pretty recognizable, kind of hand printed. Sometimes they're little brass plaques. There's a system to them. So E stands for electricity, H stands for heat. So they were grouped by the kinds of experiments they were used for. And if you connect the numbers to the alphabetical catalogue, you can work out things like where they were stored. And sometimes even details like, maybe we'll go back to that slide for a second. Even details like where in the lab they were made. Sometimes there's a name attributed to it. Sometimes they will note down whose experiment it was and where it was published. So it's a really rich resource. Oh, there's another slide. Great. Love that for us. So yeah, so Morgan and I had a pretty good idea that there were some Cavendish things in our collection. And so we took the opportunity to really dig into this book and try and resolve some of the mystery objects. And it was just a good time to do it because we were extremely enthusiastic. I was kind of full of this new knowledge. I was really getting into the history of the workshop and the technicians and the people that were kind of setting up and maintaining the apparatus, as well as the scientists that were directing the research. And this is a really interesting way to kind of study them. So yeah, you can just see some details there of the numbering system. So what we did after the exhibition had come down, actually in the room where we are now, our workroom, I had the book, Morgan had our database open, and we did various searches through the database and through the book to try and triangulate onto some of our T numbers. And it really was a case of playing bingo. And when we did find one, we would yell bingo, and our collections assistant would jump out of his skin. So yeah, we started with known Cavendish numbers that were already on the database. We followed clues like the numbering, objects with no provenance, objects with sparse records. We'd go and look. And yeah, we were able to provide a lot more information about several of these objects that we just didn't have before.
So we're going to talk you through a couple of the objects that we were able, a couple of the T numbers that we were able to resolve. So this is me looking very happy when we put an instrument in a box and it fits. So a lot of our instruments have fitted boxes, and the boxes were custom made for the instruments. So I think you can see from the picture how it slots in perfectly. And it does mean when you put something in and it slots in perfectly, you have a pretty good idea that that really is the box. So it was the box that had the T number. Here it just said box for unknown instrument, and using the catalogue, we were able to match it up to this Kelvin voltmeter. This is an example of what our records looked like before. So this is a standard record for an object with a temporary number. It has very little information. It's a little bit sad. And then we kind of turned them into records like this. So this image shows a record for a chemical balance that we've now accessioned as 6874. And that's after we've added its maker, its origin, rough manufacturer dates, we've attributed an acquisition source, we've got the provenance and details like it was originally part of a set of 3. And all of that information came out of the alphabetical catalogue. Not shown here on our slides, but we also had a number of objects which were completely unidentified that just said unknown object, and we were able to work out what they were from the number, such as we had a Ferguson's pyrometer and a calorimeter, and there were interesting details like the calorimeter originally contained a worm that we were able to put on our database. And then there were some other objects where we've been able to add interesting provenance information. Hannah mentioned made in lab that is in the catalogue, and that means it was made in the laboratory, which was literally a few doors down from the museum. And sometimes we can work out exactly which person made it because we have details of the technicians that worked in the lab.
So it's not just really satisfying resolving T numbers. We also potentially have found something that's quite historically interesting. Now, I don't know if any of you came across this very weird object in your store with a T number. You'd have any guesses as to what it was? We certainly didn't. But when we were working through the catalogue, we were playing words. We were paying particular attention whenever it was an interesting name. And on this page, you can see Maxwell. Now, that's James Clerk Maxwell, considered to be one of the most important physicists in history and the founder of the Cavendish. So they kept a collection of his apparatus and his models. He used a lot of models, both for teaching, but also for thinking through problems. And they were preserved together. He died kind of before his time. So he was a very kind of important founder figure for the laboratory. And they carefully catalogued everything. Now, we found there was a CAV number on here, G60. When we looked it up, I think you can see just down at the bottom, it says model. So we're pretty sure that this is a model either designed or used by James Clerk Maxwell. Got no idea what it is. I know there are some other science people out there today. If you've got any ideas, would love an answer on a postcard. But we will be setting this as a challenge to our research students to see if they can work out what it is.
So just some of our outcomes. in statistics, which are not as impressive now we've heard other presentations that people are solving 200 in a year. But yeah, during this project, we identified 17 objects. We accessioned 13 of them. We reunited one box with its instrument, as you saw earlier. We're considering 2 objects for rationalization, and we're researching 1 further. The 2 that are for rationalization, they are both boxes which we have now definitively found we don't have the instrument for. We've also been able to search the collection held at the Cavendish Laboratory, and they don't hold the instrument either. So we know we have 2 empty boxes for instruments that probably no longer exist. The one object that we're researching further, although we haven't done anything with it yet, we now have the information to be able to start to do the research, because we now know what it is and where it came from, was previously before we just had completely unknown object. So it's a great starting point. And for all the objects that we accessioned, they are now photographed and they're publicly available on our online database. So they're, browsable by the public and also searchable by researchers. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, this exhibition was a real success for us by kind of all the usual metrics. We had visitors telling us how great it was to be able to see these instruments, that they were telling a really important story about the history of science and about science in Cambridge. And it really boosted our visitor numbers at quite a quiet time of year. But I think for us, the real legacy is that improved documentation. It's kind of understanding more about these objects. It's about having all of the research from the exhibition kind of up on our database. And it's also kind of a different way of thinking about this period by focusing on this working apparatus, these instruments that don't necessarily have famous names attached to them, but are the actual pieces of kit that were being used day to day in research. Is just a different way of thinking about it, a more democratic way perhaps of thinking about scientific inquiry and scientific experiment at this time. And this is going to feed into a longer project with hopefully another exhibition on the Cavendish in a couple of years, which will be focusing on the workshop and will definitely include some of these objects. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to you both. It's fascinating. Oh, it's so nice to see when you've got those real tangible outcomes from your research, and like looking at the registers, etc. is brilliant. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we will break now. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. So we are going straight into our next case study. So we're going to be hearing from Tilly Morton, who is the Museum Collection Decant Coordinator at the Museum of Gloucester. And they're going to be talking about review, rationalisation and disposals. So I'm going to hand over to Tilly. Tilly, are you all right to turn on your camera, please?
Yeah, can you see me?
Amazing, I can see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know my title's a bit of a mouthful. Hi everyone. I'm also going to ask Sarah to kindly do the next slide. Thank you. So my role as Museum Collection Decant Coordinator was created essentially to help with a decant move of about 25,000 social history objects. It's definitely not 27 million, but these objects are being relocated to alternative stores, and historically was housed at the Folk of Gloucester Museum, which is a different site to the main museum. The decant deadline was, and still is, well, it's a bit beyond that actually now. It's February 2027, and I work 4 days a week. We do have about 4.2 staff in the collections team. However, roughly about 3 members of staff are working on this at a time, and we have about 8 volunteers. Within this project, I was already notified before I began that there was a problem with backlog. Next slide, please, Sarah. Yes, so I'm sure you've all encountered all of this, and for hearing from everyone else, it's really reassuring that with this, the social history objects, there's lots of poor descriptions, if there are any. There's lots of duplicate of records, so sometimes there were, through time and through different cuts and resources and different priority shifts and things like that, there's been duplication of records where it's also incidentally not been described properly on our systems. So some items might have 3 numbers and it's the same item. We don't have any, well, we do have some measurements and photos, but not all, and some of them are like in inches and things like that. We have a lack of consistency. So like I said, some of these items were being recorded very differently, and object categories weren't always used, and location was an interesting one. So it's been recorded in different places. So for instance, we have something called Annex 1, and it would be AN01 or AN1 or A1 and things like that. So we were, one of my colleagues was amazing, and she's actually that created a master location list for that since this. So brilliant. And then we've also had lots of complex objects, which are sometimes not recorded as such. The number of items isn't necessarily recorded or indeed described in the descriptions and things like that. Next slide, please. So this was created before I began in October 24, and basically it's really nice because it's actually very similar to some of the other ones that were shown earlier. So you've got our accession numbers on the left column, object type. So we actually have an object type and name list spreadsheet, which was created by one of our wonderful front of house team members when they had some time. So that we could be more consistent in how we are actually categorizing items. And this is like a link on our spreadsheet. We also have the object name, and then we've got the brief description, number of parts. The condition is fair, good, or poor, as that's what's recorded in our collections management system modes. And then a more detailed description as well. And then here's an example of what the standardized version of our store areas are as well. Next slide, please. Fab. So we were photographing items. So with our volunteers, what we were doing we were describing and doing the condition assessments before the volunteers arrived, and had a time before they arrived, and then they came and photographed the items, similar to what Katie did. But I love the perspex idea. So we had the number up, and then our the scale and the object item, and then following from that initial photograph, the rest of the photographs were done different angles and closer up and things like that. And those numbers are then recorded on that spreadsheet as well, later to be uploaded to modes. We did all the measurements, all standardized. We did height, width, depth, all the descriptions, condition, location, object type, and number of parts. As we were going through all of this, it quickly became apparent that there was a lot of items that, well, for instance, this is a can opener, and this can opener we have about 100. Well, we did have about 100 can openers, all very similar. So part of all this, we were basically doing inventory. We were like, hang on a minute, we've got, like I said, we've got a lot of duplicates. We've actually got a duplicate of items, and we decided that we would continue or carry out a review as we were doing this, because all these objects are going to have to go into a new store, and obviously space is like one of the most precious things in our organization. So we're trying to reduce that space, but also we're coming across a lot of items that we're not really sure why we have. Next slide, please. So this is a little snapshot of the further along of our spreadsheet. So there's like a dates of when it was last seen, and you can see in the final column it's all in purple. So the purple color, it's automatically done that when you put review/disposal in it. So this is when we were looking at all the items. We also, this all takes a lot of time. We were looking on our modes records, accession registers as well, to have, and like object labels, anything that's around. And sometimes one of our colleagues has been here I think over 20 years, so we had we have knowledge from her as well. So she would speak a little bit about some of the objects if she knew them. So when we were coming across them, there was many that, it said untraced find. I can't count the amount of times I found that, and I'm sure lots of people have found that in the items. But it's been recorded, and it was been recorded a long time ago. But it has a lot of information on it. So on some of them we've put, like for instance, we've noted that it's in poor condition, particularly so, and if we've treated it with any pesticides and things like that. So with this information, I then spoke with my team, and we then created a disposals proposal, because working within the council, we do obviously answer to the senior management team and things like that, and everything needs to be decided. Also, no one wants to decide these things on their own. That's not very good. Next slide, please. So here's a very small example with the aims and objectives from the disposal proposal that we created. So essentially this proposal, it did have a summary at the beginning, so just talking about the project, about what we've been finding. So finding lots of duplicates of items, really poor condition items. We kept finding quite hazardous items. There is so much asbestos in the collection, it's quite mad. But yeah, it's very, yeah, it was a very good practice when we're going through all this inventory. We're just finding more and more things that haven't been documented, that need more attention, and it then spurred us to realise, there's things that are not curatorially relevant. They're too poor condition to keep. The hazard isn't worth keeping, and it doesn't necessarily align with our collections development policy, which historically had not always been adhered to. If there was a coherent one in place. So next slide, please, Sarah. Thank you. So this is a quick snapshot. So in that proposal, I looked at a lot of different case studies of people who done review matrices, and I looked at the Museum Association Disposal Toolkit, which was really helpful. It highlighted really good case studies, and then I delved a bit deeper. So I looked at lots of different places, which was really interesting, and people have done some amazing things out there. It's really interesting. So there's a really good one from Wales Museums, group, which is amazing, really good. I think it's highlighted on the Museum Association's Disposals Toolkit. But all those resources really helped me. But it's really important that I looked at all of these and thought, right, how do I make our one? And I spoke with our team, and we've decided on different criteria that we were reviewing the items against. We also, so for instance, it's we're like hazards, condition, relevance to collections development policy, whether it's relevant to Gloucester itself, any research information that we had, and also opportunities for research, display, engagement, and visual impact. I kind of put them all in one little group because they quite often cross-referenced. These were all put on a scale, so quite often you read all the different feedback from people and all their case studies, and they said things like they did a numbering system, sometimes like 1 to 10, sometimes like 1 to 100. And when you go through this, you realize more and more sometimes why that happens, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But I actually decided on a to D system. So measuring each item that we got in the collection against this that we had put up for review. So A is generally like good to very, very good, good. B, fair to good. C, poor to fair, fair to poor, sorry. And then D is poor. So it's measuring these items against this and all these the descriptions and of what they mean. I did have a lot of help, like I said, from other pieces, but I did bring a lot from like our collections development policy and from the experience of other team members and our volunteers. Next slide, please, Sarah. Thank you. So this is a bit of an example of one of them. So you've got, I did color code it because it's quite handy. You can see it very visually. The problem about this, I really worried about being biased because you would. But obviously, part of the disposal process that we have is I did assess a lot of this, but we're working a lot with like our volunteers alongside other members of staff. So I got a really good picture of what people thought of the items without a lot of the context as well. So it's quite interesting. And then when I did more deep delve into any of our records and object history files and things like that about the object, because sometimes I've resolved certain things, like there was untraced finds that I've now matched up with things that have actually been recorded, which is great. But in doing this process, color coding these items against that, it gives us a visual cue of what we would like to potentially dispose of and transfer to other museums. So part of this is we have a collections team meeting, discuss it. Really worried that all the color coding was very biased, but weirdly there was things like a paper bag. I know it sounds really strange, but it was actually very relevant to Gloucester, and I personally did not like it very much. as is sometimes that happens. I shouldn't probably not admit that. But looking at the color coding system, I was like, oh, that doesn't even come across, because it was blues and greens. And actually the collections team had all voted that we kept the item. But it was really interesting because the other side of the scale as well is you quite often get things like that are blue, green, red, orange, they're everything, because it might be really hazardous. But the number scales, I now realize as well, is really helpful, because part of this was done through discussions. Is that like maybe something that's got really, like, you know, it's very hazardous, that we're like, oh, but it's so curatorially relevant, and we're weighing up the hazard against it, or how curatorially relevant is, and versus that, or the duplicates, like we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of matchboxes, but very, very relevant to Gloucester. But it was we had a very interesting discussion about how it whether the impact of having many of them, and that's kind of the point. And yeah, it's got some very interesting discussions about it. But all of this would then go to our senior management team after we discussed it, for them to approve. And then we've got next steps as well. Next slide, please, Sarah. Thank you. So those identified for disposals. So through that system, you know, we did have a lot of discussions. We recorded our meetings. And then when it's been decided, or quite often, because we're going through the collection, the social history collection, as we're moving it and packing it. So there's lots more in the collection, obviously. So we're bound to find more, and we do know quite a bit about that. So we'd go, okay, we've got a lot of fishing stuff, we're going to refer to that later, because against the rest of the collection. So we do defer things sometimes depending on it. But generally speaking, when we've got like a definitive, this is what we want to dispose of, we send out letters to donors. So we explain the situation, we explain what our plans are, why we're carrying out these decisions. This is because we really want to be really transparent about what we're doing. Because, you know, it does sound really scary, but it's so important to be sustainable. You know, we can't physically care for all those objects all the time, and the space, and we'll be able to store things much better and things like that. And it might be way more relevant to another museum. So we put on find an object for about 3 months, then send out to a local museum group and other people who we might like have highlighted were interested. And then after that, then coordinate with local groups outside the museum sector. So at the minute, I'm really scarily talking to a metal sculptor who's local to the area. After we've gone through, and it's been over, I think it's over 6 months that we've been trying to sort these items out, and a lot of them are very rusty and not very curatorially relevant to many people, and they're very common items. So it's a bit strange, but it's going to be put into a different purpose. It's being used for something else, so it's quite interesting. But for all these disposals, it is part of it's very scary. But for instance, if you go on our website, we're trying to be very transparent about it, and we've been writing blog posts about what we're finding a little bit. So it's we've had quite a few. We talk about like hazards, and we also talk about the many can openers that we have, and we actually found a home for 87 can openers in December, which was amazing. And they will use it because it's a tool museum. So it was the Ken Hawley Collection Trust. So yes, it's really rewarding to see where those objects will then end up. Next slide, please. So really, I know I've really sped through this. But really, I found it really interesting. So we were part of the Banish the Backlog program with Anna, and I joined it a little bit late because of my starting time for this position. And really, Anna was brilliant, and I found a lot of these lessons I learned from her, and from going through the process with my colleagues who have been brilliant. But always reflect and adapt procedures, because, you know, I'm looking at some of this stuff and I go, oh, maybe we could do that, and it's really helpful. You know, if anyone's got any feedback, I'm more than happy to hear it. But, you know, these are working documents. It's really important that we keep addressing them, because historic procedures aren't necessarily going to be relevant now. And I think that was, you know, very poignant, talked about earlier as well. Every stage and step, no matter how small, should go into the procedures. I thought that was really interesting, because, to be quite honest, sometimes I was like, oh God, I didn't think about putting that in the procedures, but it's really important that we even put the tiniest thing in there, and that it takes time, but it can often be incorporated into other projects, which is clearly being done with other people as well. I was quite impressed. Lots of people have been utilising different areas, like Heather has used the flood as an opportunity, and it's a really great thing to use projects within a project and stop double handling and try and make sure that we can do things all together. So yeah, it's been very rewarding, but very interesting. And yeah, thank you. I think next slide. I think that's the last slide. Yes, that's the last slide. Thank you. I've got my email here if you want to email me if you want any more information or anything like that. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tilly. That was so interesting. And it's really, really nice to hear such an honest kind of account of what you're doing. And actually the fact that disposals can be really scary, and particularly because it's often like individuals within an organization are making those decisions. So really nice to hear how much detail you've put in your procedures and things like that, because it's kind of covering yourself and your organization. So it's brilliant. Now, just another reminder, if you have any questions for Tilly or for Morgan, Hannah, or Heather, pop them in the Q&A, please. If you're struggling with the Q&A, pop us a message in the chat and we'll help you out. But otherwise, we're going to move straight on to Emily Lansell, who's a collections auditor, and Dr. Alexandra Hill, who's a librarian of the printed rare material at the Wellcome Collection. And they're going to be talking about navigating challenges in a location-led inventory. So I'm going to hand over to them. If you guys pop your cameras on, please, or if you're in the same room, pop one camera on. Don't know how you're playing it.
We're currently in separate rooms, so I'm just waiting for Alex to appear.
Oh no, my camera says it's on.
Oh, perfect. There you are.
Yeah, I can see both. Amazing.
Perfect.
I'll hand over to you both.
Thank you very much.
So, hello everybody. I'm Emily.
And I'm Alex.
And today we're talking to you from the Wellcome Collection.
So our presentation today, titled Location, 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 reflects on navigating challenges in a location-led inventory. So today we're going to give you an overview of our core inventory work streams, sharing some background, their similarities and differences, as well as the scale of the documentation backlogs. We'll discuss complexities of locations management across museum and library disciplines, i.e. what is a location, and what this means in practice for the early printed books, ephemera, and visual inventories. We'll then recap, reflecting on where we're at right now in the project and what challenges lie ahead.
So just for an inventory overview, Wellcome Collection was awarded museum accreditation in 2018, but work was needed to banish our documentation backlog. So in March 2019, 4 roles were created to focus on carrying out an inventory of the newly accredited collections, namely the visual and material culture collections and the pre-1851 printed and published rare materials. And since then, we've been systematically working through our stores to audit documented collections and to inventory undocumented collections. So I manage the visual and material culture collection, which largely, the audit of, which largely comprises prints, paintings, drawings, and photographs across multiple storage locations. But it also contains things like waxworks, textiles, furniture, and more, spanning from the 14th century to the present day. In 2019, when we started the audit, the visual collection estimate was approximately 250,000 items, with about 72,500 items being catalogued, which equated to roughly 70% of the collection being undocumented in our collections management system.
For the other side of the inventory, which is managed by me, the material focuses on 2 areas. The early printed books, EPBs, printed between 1467 and 1851, excluding the serials, originally thought to be around 75,000 items, but with an understanding that there would be some uncatalogued material scattered throughout. Similarly with the ephemera collection, EPH, these are printed items including stamps, bags, labels. There were estimated 900 pre-1851 items, but once again, it was not clear how many were actually uncatalogued. So recognising the audit inventory at this scale was a once-in-a-lifetime project, we decided early on to go beyond the Spectrum standard. So we're also recording creators, imprints, language, accession details, a condition rating, and notes on housing suitability. We are documenting user interactions where they exist, i.e. the presence of plates, stamps, armorial bindings, numbers, and auction and acquisition details. Furthermore, we are noting the intellectual arrangement of the collections, with their given subject classifications, and identifying any sensitivities that may necessitate content warnings or access restrictions. The audit has also reinforced our knowledge that the collections at Wellcome represent far more than just health and medicine.
So in addition to those shared data points that we work across in terms of audit and inventory, we wanted to share some of the distinctions between our formats and projects. So for the visual inventory, our project is predominantly an inventory rather than an audit to factor in that data creation for the previously undocumented collections. Another distinction from other workflows is that we utilize a database called QuickBase to concurrently manage the audit and inventory data outside of our collections management system. And predominantly, we're focusing on museum accredited material, but parameters have expanded since 2019, and that now includes visual formats across archive accredited collections, which are based on storage and legacy cataloguing where collections overlap or intersect. The collection spans multiple stores, both off and on site, and the visual collections are not defined by a time period, but by their format and their location management. And concurrent to the inventory, and as part of our wider storage strategy, our current locations are currently being mapped to new authorities. So we are actually navigating an inventory alongside the phased location amendments across systems and stalls, all whilst collections are open to access. And here is just a very, very tiny snapshot of some of the visual items that we've audited recently, spanning the photographic prints, etchings, drawings, paintings, lithographs, and so on.
So from my side, here is a table to compare the two different work streams and collections within the pre-1851 printed and published side of things. So as you can see with the early printed books, the pre-1851 books are stored separately based on format or size, and they are also stored separately from the post-1851 material. On the other side, for the ephemera, both pre- and post-1851 material are stored together in boxes and oversized folders. This is one of the many reasons why, in the end, the decision was made to inventory the entirety of this collection, regardless of date. Both are stored across multiple mixed material stores, containing items under museum accreditation and archive accreditation. Early printed books is more of an audit, as 88% are catalogued. So we're auditing on the library management system and recording uncatalogued material on an Excel spreadsheet, or many spreadsheets at this point. For ephemera, we see it more as an inventory because only 17% of this material is catalogued. So we are creating records directly on the library management system as we go along. And also here are some of the images from my side of the type of material we've come across. So you've got some of the early printed books, some material we found inside them, user interactions, and some of the ephemera. So as you can see, even though we are working to the same museum accreditation standards, due to the type of material, level of cataloguing and systems, we reach them in slightly different ways. One approach that we both follow is the idea of having location inventory. But what is a location at Wellcome?
So the Wellcome collection encompasses museum, library, and archive collections with complex interconnected histories. Because of this, a location at Wellcome is multifaceted and differs across collections and systems. And currently we work across a library management system, a collections management system, and QuickBase. The inventory work streams interrogate what we mean by a location, and our hope is that by its end, alongside our wider storage strategy, we will be able to have a consistent approach to how locations and movement is managed. So in a museum context, a definition for a location is important, i.e. does it refer to a current location, a home or a normal location, a former location, etc. And some locations may feel more familiar than others, such as a store or a piece of furniture or a container, although these can also mean different things. And for example, prior to inventory in the Wellcome's ephemera collection, the container was considered both a physical location as well as an intellectual collection.
But we also have format. So books with different formats are stored across different parts of the store. So our biggest format, the oversized folio collection, which can be up to 107 centimeters high, are stored separately from the smallest format collection, so 32 mos, sexadesimos, with our smallest there at about 9 centimetres high.
And for documented and undocumented visual material, it's been predominantly stored by subject classification, but like books, format size has had an impact on storage. And as such, some classifications have been duplicated across stores to accommodate those size differences. So we could have a 2D work ranging from the size of a postage stamp up to A0 and beyond. And classifications have been disrupted by storage as well, when for perhaps preservation reasons, works have been moved out of visual stores, i.e. when they've needed a bespoke storage solution or a particular environment.
We also have a shelf mark, object number, and a box number. So with these, you know where material is based on the items around it. So if something has the shelf mark 1, 2, 3, 4, you know it's located between 1, 2, 3, 3 and 1, 2, 3, 5. And currently at Wellcome, the shelf mark is also the object identifier.
But box numbers for visual material in inventory have also not always been independent from a location. So for example, box 1, theoretically, you'd be able to move anywhere to any store. But when a box has been labelled the location itself, that can challenge location and movement best practice and is one of the main reasons that we're making changes to our locations authorities at the moment.
But we also have a location code, and this tells you which collection the item is in, which can also be tied to where it's stored. But for EPBs, you can also have the location bound with, which rather than showing the collection, actually shows the physical volume that an item is actually bound within.
So visual material within the library management system has been coded to a collection code. And whilst this is not a location in the same ways for the early printed and published collections, it is a signpost to that material belonging into that group. And it's what is defined as visual material within that system.
We also have a location as an activity. So visual and early printed books and ephemera is moved through the library management system's circulation system at present. This is because we work with an open collection where all our collections, all the ones that we talk about, barring those items which are closed or safeguarded for legal reasons, can be requested by users in the library. So a location can be on hold shelf for a reader, at digitisation, checked out to a specific conservator, or on exhibition. So the activity signposts a move, but does not automatically map where an item has moved from and to.
And then in regards to barcode, the last one we've just got on the slide there was to acknowledge that when inventory began back in 2019, a current location field didn't exist in our library management system for visual material. Instead, locations were recorded within the barcode field, but for books, these were literal barcodes. So after a lot of work with the library systems and wider colleagues, we coded visual and ephemera material to the newly created current location field and then mapped all the location data to that and its former location field as needed. And then in respect of all of that, what does a location-led inventory look like for the collections that we work on? So for visual material, our work begins in store, focusing on location and format across that current and new location authority. We are creating and checking data for location accuracy across systems, i.e. have they been mapped or recorded accurately? And we've resolved a lot of location queries through audit, i.e. items that had locations that exist in neither the old or new authority, such as your infamous TBC or TBD, or for locations that were just given as a range or area of a store, or perhaps omitted altogether. We are ensuring that system location fields are populated, i.e. no locations are recorded in an incorrect field, and we are flagging complex issues to consider priority for pre- and post-migration cleanup. And again, that's in collaboration with colleagues across collections information and beyond our inventory team. We're also noting obsolete locations, so we have that reference point and can track movement between old and new authorities, as well as across systems, and that we can identify anything that basically falls between the cracks. Through audit, we're flagging records that exist intellectually, but perhaps do not relate to a physical item, and this is so that we can ensure objects are not being looked for or tagged as missing when they don't exist physically, and also that we're not underinflating or overinflating the collection size. Subject classifications are also being documented so that we have that previous access to the access point to the collections, especially as this was like the way into the undocumented materials previously. And it also maps how the collection was arranged as an iconographic collection. So we're documenting that history of collections management. And lastly, we are recording all numbers found on material so that future reconciliation can refer to accessioned but uncatalogued objects. And we just don't have the time to speak more on this today, but at Wellcome Collection, it's important to kind of note that accession numbers and object numbers are two distinct identifiers, i.e. the accession number is not the object number.
So completely differently from that, for the early printed books and ephemera, there is no store where these are the main materials, or even where the majority of material in that store is actually under museum accreditation. So the location-led inventory is led by the way location is currently recorded for material on the library management system. So this is the location code and its sequential number. The priority here is updating incorrect location codes and when numbers have been switched. So it's the item's 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's been typed on the system as 1, 3, 2, 4. But similar to that visual, we are flagging records we come across that do not relate to a physical item. We are also reconciling records where location codes do not refer to a specific collection. So similar to TBD and TBC, we have EPB closed stores, which basically just means there's a pre-1851 book somewhere in stores. So we're just making sure we're matching that to a physical item and to an item in the collection. But with no specific store or stores, the challenge here is finding material in remit outside of the main EPB collections. So here we use the catalogue to search for pre-1851 books with a non-early printed book location code. We're also physically checking stores. For example, we've come across fully uncatalogued sequences simply by looking at finding A's or just going down the aisles. For ephemera, it's different again. So this is formally recorded as a location code plus a box number. But as we're working through the collection, we are adding a hierarchy in a current location field. This means we can move away from the idea that the physical container is also the intellectual collection, although we are also, similar to visual, maintaining those old classifications so people can sort of see the history of that collection. It also means we can now move things between and out of boxes without impacting kind of that subject classification.
So just to recap, I know we're light on time, but in 2026, inventory is still in progress, and we have a clearer understanding of the size of the collections. Unsurprisingly, they are significantly larger than thought. To date, we have inventoried more than 250,000 visual items, which was the original collection estimate in 2019. And this includes over 81,000 catalogued items and over 163,000 previously undocumented items that now have metadata in line with and beyond the Spectrum inventory standard. For early printed and published, excluding serials, what was noted as 75,000 items has become over 93,000. And we've recorded more than 13,000 uncatalogued volumes. For the ephemera, with the inventory now focusing on the entire collection, we have inventoried or catalogued over 5,000 pre-1851 items, and we're also now working to a new estimated total of over 43,000 items, which is quite different from that original 900 item estimate back in 2019.
So finally, what next for locations? So over 2026 at Wellcome, we are replacing the current collections management and library management systems. So the way location is recorded will change. And this is both the location and movement control side and the circulation side. We're still at decision-making stages of this work, but we do know we'll still be working across two systems and possibly quick-based. Wellcome is also aiming to be operationally net zero by 2030 with both refit and relocation options. So we are currently waiting for further updates so we can start planning and prioritising. So as you can see, through the hard work of all our inventorians, and similar to a previous speaker, too many to name, we've achieved a huge amount in the last 7 years. And this is also bearing in mind that we couldn't actually access our collections for a year over COVID. So our location-led inventories will just continue to adapt as we navigate future challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Emily and Alex. That was so interesting, really, really interesting. Quite a complicated setup with the three separate systems. So it's like quite a thing to get your head around. It feels like the perfect place for like a collections biography being filled in, I'll be honest. But yeah, really interesting. And I'm sure there will be questions from the room. Please use the Q&A function at the bottom and put your questions in for Alex and Emily, and also for anyone else who's spoken this afternoon. So we're a little bit ahead of time still. Everyone's being very good at staying to time. I haven't had to loom in. So we're going to break. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. So we are back in. We are into our final bit of the day before we finish at 4. So we've got our final case study, which I'll introduce in a second, and then we're going to have our Q&A, which is chaired by Alan Bentley, who's the Museum Development Advisor for Museum Development North. That's at 3:35. So another reminder that if you have any questions, please pop them in the chat. No, not in the chat. That's what I usually say. Pop them in the Q&A, which is at the bottom of the screen. So please make sure you do that so that we can have a good, fruitful discussion then. Lots of things, I'm sure, buzzing through your minds. So now I'm going to hand you over to Thomas Smith, who is the Group Documentation Manager for Science Museum Group. And he is going to be talking about making their records accountable. So I'll hand over to you, Thomas. If you pop your camera on, please.
Should be on already.
Fab, I can see you.
So, yeah, perfect. Hello, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about making our records accountable, but I think this is slightly more about a culture shift, what we've managed to do at Science Museum Group and kind of how we've done that. So hopefully there's some things what others can start to use as well. So I'm Thomas Smith, and I'm the Group Documentation Manager at the Science Museum Group. So I'm just going to cover the various things here. So who we are as a Science Museum Group, what our collection's like, the fact that we take a digital first approach, how we've built engagement, how we're trying to stop the rot, and where we go next. So the Science Museum Group is made up of 5 museums and 1 store. So we have, going from north to south here, roughly, we've got Locomotion in County Durham. We've got the National Railway Museum in York. We've got the National Science and Media Museum in Bradford. We've got the Science and Industry Museum in Manchester, the Science Museum in London, technically not going north to south then. And then we've got the Science and Innovation Park in Swindon, which is our store. So Science Museum's collection is huge, as a couple of the other people who've spoken today, equally huge. So at the moment, we think we have 541,000 objects, but that's quite finger in the air. And we also have somewhere around 7 million photographs and documents, although every time I speak to people, that changes slightly. We manage these over multiple CMSs, and it can be quite tricky. So the collection has its longest history is kind of right back to 1851 in the Great Exhibition, where we were originally formed along with the V&A, and then at some point we split from them and became a science museum. So that's a photo of the Western Nave at Crystal Palace in the early days, and then that's the Hawking Building on the right there, which is our current store. So I'm going to try something now because I'm in the graveyard shift. So I just wanted people, I don't know if you can, but if you can raise your hands if you think you've got a cataloging backlog. To do that, you go to the React button. I don't know if you can because it's set up as a webinar. If not, we'll freestyle. So we've got some thumbs up. Perfect. Lots of you think you've got one. Seems logical being here. Now, those of you, can you put another thumbs up, or we'll go for a different one? Let's go for a heart. If you have a plan to deal with that and the resource to deal with it. Just one laugh. Okay, so we've got some people who have plans and resource, mostly people, I assume, laughing because there is no resource. And then let's go with a different one if you're worried about it. Okay, lots of people are worried about it. What I'm going to try and do today is talk you through what we've done and try and stop you worrying about it, because I think we've all got them, as you can see. There's lots and lots of stuff, and actually, if we break this down in a slightly different way and think about it in different ways, then maybe we can deal with some of it and make it not feel so bad. And plus, our backlogs keep us all in jobs. I appreciate the Collections Trust probably don't want me saying that, but that's where we are. So, just to start with a couple of quotes which I think are useful, or one useful and one amusing. So, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now, which I think is probably true with cataloging. And one, I'm not going to throw the archivist under the bus. I also wasn't in charge of cataloging at the time. I'm not here to question why. I'm here to catalog or die, from when I worked at Imperial War Museums, which made me chuckle at the time. So what I want to introduce first is our cataloging standard. So, and I should thank someone in my team, Alex, who made this slide for me a long time ago, and I've stolen it many times since. So our cataloging standard, we have 3 levels. So we have a basic cataloging standard, which is object number, whether it's a whole or a part or group and things like that. A number of items, the item count, what collection it belongs to. We have an awful lot of collections at Science Museum Group to kind of subdivide the collection. Legal status, object name, description, location, and location levels. That's just a MIMSy quirk where you have the location being the site and the levels being the shelf it's on. Then we have core, and then we have enhanced. So core is everything what we have in basic, plus hazards, a given title if it's an artwork, or maybe a make or model. We have something called a collections online title, which I really like as a field. It's our audience engagement field. So that comes at the top of our website, and it allows people to kind of understand in 5 to 7 words what an object is. Then we have maker, place made, and date made. So those contextual bits. I think the stars there are cut the bottom bit off the bottom of my slide, but if they exist is what the star means. And then enhanced is all of those plus materials, measurements, interpretation source, and interpretation date. Interpretation is the only field in our CMS which is exclusively for audience engagement. So it's about putting that object in its history, and it's very much kind of a curatorial field. And then we have condition and condition date. So when I'm talking about accountable, I mean that basic level of cataloging standards, but I do use enhanced quite a bit to engage with my curatorial colleagues and things like that. So I was just about to move on to this slide anyway. So kind of just to give some context of where we were as a team as well, alongside our cataloging standard, is in about 2021, we had a restructure in the documentation team, and that's when I joined. And when I came in, we sort of shifted our approach to become a bit more data first. And I think I probably took the team too much data first. And now we've kind of rolled it back a little bit, and we're more physically focused. But what we did when I first came in was we looked at reporting. So looking at understanding what data we had and what that meant about the collection. And I'll go into some stats around that in a little bit. Yeah. Next slide is where I go into that. And then we did some gap analysis to try and identify where we could get some quick wins and start things rolling and kind of really get some more engagement happening. We looked at what could be done from desks as well. So this was coming out of COVID. Still weren't quite over that, but also being able to package up things what people can do from home, and this slightly the newer way of working where people don't always have to do things from stores, and kind of trying to shift the way we operated actually. And like, if we can parcel things up like that, can we get volunteers to do it? Can we work with different colleagues who are wanting some more experience? Can we put small packages together to develop members of staff where they can write a project initiation document and a report at the end so they can start to develop their skills? As I say, the other bit is don't ignore the physical, because that is still the key part. So what we did was we kind of did that reporting, then we built engagement through our data. So we kind of did this in a number of different ways, starting with broad data to engage management levels. So we started with looking at every single object in our collection. I pull it out. I still do it every month. I pull out all the records and we use a tool to analyze where we have gaps in our data. And then using that, kind of, we spoke to our senior management and kind of looked at where areas were missing and where we could start to put resource to fill that. At the same time, we looked for quick wins. So one of the quick wins was object name. We had so November 2021, we had 59,000 things what didn't have an object name, but they had descriptions and things like that. So actually, we could look at descriptions on a spreadsheet, sit there and kind of scroll through things relatively quickly through keyword searching of those descriptions and start to populate the object name. And what this really did was it kind of got the ball rolling and people going, oh, data is important. It is like it is a mental shift where we started kind of pushing that forward and taking ownership of that. So we were actually, by doing that, we went from 28.5% of our collection not meeting in our basic cataloging standard, and we're currently at 3.45%. We've also got another 100,000 things in that permanent collection in that time frame as well. So not that we've collected that many, we've just got more records for them. So that was one way we started to change that culture, was we started to fill things in and people started to see more data in the system. The system became more useful, it became more reliable. And then the other area we were looking at things was we started to look at enhancing records as well. So when I started, we had just under 5,000 things enhanced, which is that top level cataloging standard. And now we're at 42, nearly 43,000 things enhanced. So we've done that in a couple of ways. So some of that's through anything what goes on display now reaches our enhanced cataloging standard. We've had a couple of strategies we've written to kind of drive that. We also use audience engagement. So we look at how people are engaging with our collections online and then taking that and kind of going, well, these objects are really popular, so can we enhance them? The two images on the screen at the moment. So the red brick had 14,000 people look at it in a 48-hour period. And to quote our Director of Collections Management, Collection Services, I've definitely mistitled him there. It's not even our best brick, but it was halfway down a Reddit feed where someone had found a brick in a river and someone linked to that. So we then had to get our curatorial team to write an interpretation about why this brick was important or what was different about it. There were some strange conversations there. And then the plaster cast of a Roman child's face from Paris is an incredible object. But that was super popular and it had like 24,000 hits over a pretty short period of time. But what I'm trying to do with our team at the moment is show how important collections online is as well. So in 2024, we had 3 million people visit our collections online site, and they looked at each record on average, or each page on average, for 49 seconds, which is a total of 1,711 days looking at records. And then last year, we had 6 million. But I think an awful lot of that was actually AI bots scraping our website so that they can give people information. But the average engagement time was 66 seconds, and that's over 4,500 days of people looking at objects, which I don't know how many days we have people looking at objects in the museum, but I'd say it's got to rival it, because that's 4,000 days of people staring at an object. No loo breaks, no sleeping. That's an awful lot of time. And I think by changing that and shifting that into that concept is encouraging people to start filling in more data on collections online, or sorry, in our MIMSI database, which is then driving up that base standard, which is then driving up that top standard, and actually starting to get rid of our backlog because people are understanding how important it is to do this. Just from last year, we had 3 really popular objects as well. So we have a photograph of Elizabeth Taylor from Cleopatra. She is nude. We haven't published the image online, but that is our most popular object. It had 12,000 hits last year, with 46 hours of viewing. We had Trilene tablets, which had 8,500 views at 47 hours. Trilene tablets are an early Ozempic, which is actually a welcome collection object to link back to earlier. And then we also had the list and amputation knife, which had 6,500 views, but only 7 hours of engagement because actually we don't have that much written about it. Apart from the fact that it's possibly the type of knife which Jack the Ripper used, which is why I think it gets so many hits. Another area we're working on to drive this general talk about data and collections and backlogs is we do these things called data days. So this is where we have a meeting-free day and we sit down, we bring cake and biscuits, and everyone who is there works on a specific problem we talk about. So the last one we did was around people records, because actually we've got loads of people records, and actually it's a really, really good way for people to understand our collection and engage with our collection. But we never talk about it. Like, we never do anything with it. So this was a different way in, and we actually made 21 new people records. We updated 591 records, and in total there were 3,297 different pieces of data edited in a day. And kind of that was the single biggest day for manually updating people records we've ever had. And our MIMSI database turns 30 this year, which is older than quite a lot of my team, which is also worrying, possibly older than half the collection. So yeah, it's getting people talking about data in a different way, which I think is making them engage with what we're doing. So they understand that actually what we're trying to do is, yes, we're trying to make sure that we know where an object is, but then we're trying to do that so the audience can engage with it. And then that makes our curatorial teams engage with it. And then we're trying to stop the rot. So actually, our backlogs are massive, but if I can stop building my backlogs, then I'm halfway onto the win there. So where are my problems? So my problems are new acquisitions, exhibitions, and decants. So new acquisitions, we always talk about them when they come in and we go, can we catalog this? And actually, it's about us being stronger and saying, we can't resource that. Should we collect it? Are we the right place? But also kind of including it in KPIs and strategies around actually, like, if we're going to collect this, we need to resource this properly. Supporting people who are collecting these things using technology. So we use something called loaders, which I think is a horrible name for it, but effectively an import of things, because we can use spreadsheets to be clever. So we've got some loaders at the moment where people fill in 7 fields and it fills in 47 in our database across multiple different modules. Like, we can be smarter with our technology now to lower the resource requirements for our teams, but increase the output and the accuracy of our data. So what we're trying to do is shift to that with new acquisitions. With exhibitions, we now have a standard that everything what goes on display has to meet our enhanced cataloging standard, which I think lowers the documentation requirement at the end when we decant it at that point of risk for kind of losing objects and stuff. Not losing objects. No one loses objects. Yeah, we lower that at the end. We have better engagement with our curatorial teams at the start, and there is going to be change during the exhibition, but it's minimal. So actually, we can account for that. We've just put together some really nice exhibition catalogs, or exhibition books. So they have every single label what goes in them. They have a map and things like that. So it's actually really easy for people to understand what's going on. And then decants are our other area. So what we found with that is really clearly defining roles and responsibilities. That helps with all of these. Like, we do it down to a field level. So condition is conservation. They are responsible for that being filled in. Anyone who moves the object is responsible for location. My team are responsible for object name, whole or part, item count. Registration are responsible for legal status. We'll do object name, description. Things like maker, place made, and date made are a little bit harder, but we would say documentation will do them if it's easy. If it's written on the object, we'll do it. If you've got to do research, then we push that over to curatorial to do. So we all have these areas of responsibility, which is building accountability within our teams, and people are buying into that. However, what's happening next is we're going to replace our CMS, which might change things. I think our MIMSI is really reductive. We don't have that many fields. Kind of the list of what you saw earlier was most of the fields. So replacing that could change things. We're going to review our cataloging standard to deal with groups and wholes and parts and things like that a little bit better. But I think it's consolidate what we've done, consolidate our knowledge, consolidate where we're working, to try and improve that over the next couple of years. And then just in summary, I think it's really important before we try and banish our backlogs is to take time to understand our data. So using our data, we can understand where our backlogs are. We can understand where we can do this from a desk and allow people to have more flexible working, but also when they need to be in a store. Understand those areas for fast improvement. Those are the things what get momentum, and you can engage your stakeholders, and then it trickles on from there. We can use our data to show improvement and celebrate our successes. It's really easy with this stuff to kind of forget that actually it's a massive change, and then you can use that data to engage our users. Identify areas where your backlogs grow. I mean, I've identified ours, but there are others. So looking at that and stopping that are the key bits. And I think by doing all of that, that's how we deal with our accountability. I was meant to reference the tree, the quote. That was the bit about stopping the rot. And yeah, that is everything. I'm more than happy to kind of, if anyone wants to get in touch at any point and ask questions.
Thank you so much, Tom. It was really great and I laughed out loud many times during your presentation in a good way. Sorry for the IT issues during you soldiered on very professionally, so thank you very much for that. So I'm going to hand over now to Alan Bentley, who is the Museum Development Advisor at Museum Development North, who's going to chair our afternoon Q&A. So please, if you have any more questions as we're going, pop them in there. But if you have any questions for Tom and any other of our speakers this afternoon, please put them in there. And if you have a burning question from this morning's session, please feel free to also put them in there. But I will hand over to Alan now for the next 15 or so minutes. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Sarah. I mean, it's been a fantastic day, hasn't it, so far? And rounded off with some, well, we couldn't get through the whole thing, could we, without any technical issues? That would be just too much to ask. Anyway, thank you for those of you put questions in the chat. We'll go through those. If the speakers could put your cameras on. That's the word I'm trying to think of. Unmask yourself, I was going to say. I don't. Anyway. So we'll kick off with a question for Heather about the insurance, which did sound great. The insurance that you had that allowed you to rehouse and conserve the collections.
Yeah. Well, the collection, or the Amelia Scott as a whole, is owned by Tunbridge Wells Borough Council. So the insurance side of things was very much dealt with by their insurance team. So we costed out how much rehousing, doing the treatments, the cleaning equipment, and all of that sort of thing would have cost us. And then we handed it over to the insurance company through Tunbridge Wells Borough Council. And it was accepted because obviously it was a clear emergency because we've had the flood and everything else. But yeah, that's how that kind of played out.
I think we could do perhaps a whole other seminar and getting the right sort of insurance. But it sounds like you had got the right sort of insurance. There is another question for you as well about how you sort of manage the project and plan those costs through the project as they sort of change, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, obviously to begin with, it was very much kind of hands on deck because we had to work really quickly to evacuate the collection safely. But luckily, we had already started rehousing parts of the collection before the disaster had happened, as we were very aware that the packaging hadn't been updated since about the 90s. So you can imagine that it was very old packaging, wasn't very museum friendly. So we did have a bit of a plan in motion that we had done a couple of years ago, and we were kind of working through it and getting there. So it was mainly the hanging collection that needed repackaging, and some of the boxes that got destroyed during the disaster. But because we had that plan in action, we kind of had costed out quite a lot of it. And then it was just kind of working with what we had, what got destroyed, and replacing the boxes that we could replace. But we did also manage to save a bit of money as well. So we did a lot of cleaning in house. So some of the kind of historic mold that we found and the kind of newer stuff. We do have kind of like a freezer, like a quarantine on site, and we did a lot of cleaning ourselves. And the conservation that took place off site as well. We've got friends of the Amelia Scott who are amazing, and they helped fund some of the conservation cleaning as well. So that really helped us save a bit of money. And also digitization wise, for a small local museum, we've got quite a nice digitization, some nice equipment, which we've been kind of building up over the years. So that's been really useful in digitizing it as well. But yeah, it was just kind of like rolling with the punches really as we went through.
Yeah, I guess that's how projects go. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has got anything else about how through the project obviously things have changed. I mean, the welcomeness, so many more objects than you thought you're tackling. How have you sort of adapted your plans a little bit? Does anyone want to talk to that?
I think our whole project has been agile and iterative as the two kind of buzzwords that people like to use. But we knew in the beginning that, so I should have said probably that it was supposed to be a 2-year project, which we knew even when we started would never ever be completed in 2 years once you got a look at the stores. So we've just adapted over time. One change, I suppose, has been capacity of staff. So recently we added 4 new members to the team, but they, I think, are with us until November. So obviously our capacity to process objects has increased with that. But otherwise, yeah, we've just had to take and adapt as needed and think about our processes, if we can speed up, if we can adapt or standardize the way we do things, automate the way we do things. As a bit of a side quest, we are currently testing the use of Google Lens and things like that. So yeah, just things that help us to be efficient. But I don't know if you want to add anything, Alex.
Yeah, I think if you want to do that. Yeah, so in terms of the rare book side of things, yeah, the fact that you saw at the beginning, we were focusing on the pre-1851 stuff, but just seeing how challenging it would be to try and pull out the pre-1851 ephemera, we didn't know where this was across, hundreds of boxes of ephemera. That's why actually we made the decision to go through all of it, because actually in the long run, we're not adding, creating another backlog. We're not trying to sit through and go, well, is this 1850? Is this 1849 or is this 1852, for like a pharmacy label? Actually, that would have taken a lot more time than just to go, let's just go through it all systematically. And actually, then you've got the entire collection worked on. And I think that's something that we're proud of, that, when we're not leaving a collection behind, as it were, we're sort of getting it all done, and seeing those connections between the items is really fascinating as well.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was displaying you in double.
I think that's really important, isn't it, about projects like this, that you don't sort of get pulled off down rabbit holes, and you have a clear view of what you're doing, and then sort of review on a regular basis. Thank you for that. Yeah, so we've got a question for Tilly about someone's got hundreds of hand tools, and which are very generic. And have you got any tips on how you've managed those with your all your can openers and similar?
Yeah, to be honest, if I saw that question, I think if I find it hard to identify, because I know that there are so many things that are really difficult to identify. We had at some point, this is before my time though, there was a doctor that came in and helped look at our medical equipment that we have, and that was helpful. So in regards to like tools, and the Ken Hawley Collection Trust in Sheffield, they are really helpful if you have tools and things and you want identifying. They really love doing that and they want to help. But there's lots of other people that you could probably find someone local who can help identify things in that specific instance. But for a quick win on a lot of things, like I use Google image search. So I take a photo and then search it and see what comes up. because sometimes you'd be surprised that it comes up with some weird things sometimes, but quite often it comes up with something that is actually, the item. I'm like, yes, I found it. So yeah, like a quick win like that. But if you've got no object history files, it's quite handy to just see if you can find an expert in that.
Yeah, the Ken Hawley are a fantastic resource, I think, and one of the museums on my patch. So good to get them a name check. I don't know. Has anyone else got any good ID suggestions? Actually, it might go into something else later. Perhaps we'll do that. Yeah, to actually maybe we'll just think about that. I mean, someone's asked a question about social media, which has come up, and perhaps it's sort of how have you used social media in the way that you've to identify objects, or actually is it something that you've built in as part of your advocacy really for projects? And Thomas has clearly that's key to his thing. But has anybody else used social media in that way?
Yeah, we at the Museum of Gloucester, we have thousands of glass plate photographs, and quite often we don't have the resources and time to go through each and every one. So we have been we use the blog post, and then we use social media, and we're saying, does anyone recognize this? And we have had responses, and we do know where things are. So that's been quite helpful.
I can say as well, we didn't use social media necessarily, but we have used other forums like Print Quarterly for like print conundrums, or if we've come across prints like before lettering or in their proof state, or just something that nobody really knows what it is. I think a couple of those have been answered in Print Quarterly historically, but I don't think we've done any for a while.
Thank you, Alan. Any other uses of social media in those ways? Perhaps maybe we want to got a question for Thomas, really. I think the description of imports or loaders is certainly an efficient entry mode. Is it open source and available to others? And particularly, it's coming from Gary at the North Queensferry Museum for small museums.
Yeah, it's not open source. We just use Excel. But I'm more than happy to show you, Gary, if you want. It's more like, yeah, so effectively we're trying to work out, like, if someone says this about an object, how can we populate other bits about it? How can we like use a keyword to then build a proper description or something like that? So there's various different techniques we use. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you just need to sit there with your database and do it when they're all completely different objects. That's the only way of doing it. We use things what we commonly call chocky bar scanners because they look like mini Mars bars. Uh, but they're these little sort of Bluetooth scanners. Actually, I think I've left one at Welcome, which we need to get back at some point, where effectively you can scan a QR code. So something like condition, this is great for, because you can put a little bit of code behind it and you can scan condition and it will put condition. You can get it to put the date in, you can get it to put a name in. So you can get it to do stuff like that, where you're doing the same one of a few things repeatedly quite a lot. And then a spreadsheet sits somewhere in between where, like, normally that would go into a spreadsheet, but it sits somewhere in between where you're kind of trying to pull out, like you might have a slight range of different things, and we use these in a variety of different ways. So I think a really nice example, and I didn't make this, it was one of my colleagues, Lawrence Brooks. We had to decant a load of stuff from the type archive, which was in Stockwell. And all type font has a specific number, and that was written on the outside of the packets. We had a list of what all the typefaces were. So it was, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4 is Times New Roman, 4, 6, 7 is Arial, and we got them so they could just put the code in, and then it put it into the description and put it into other things, so that they didn't have to look up what it was and stuff like that, and it would tell us. So if it was in italics and stuff. So it's thinking about data in a slightly different way to the way we more commonly would. But I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you to kind of follow up on that. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for that. Has anyone else used any sort of ways of automating the process in those similar sort of ways? Some issues around getting those things right. I think it's basic stuff if you can automate it. So fantastic if you can.
I think from our side of things. Sorry, technology. Yes, from our side of things, I think for us, it's on the library management system, we have a global update. So that's been one of our best ways of just automatically, like if one field is wrong or we need to update a field with sort of a new procedure or a new standard, we can just like globally update that information, which is really helpful. So that's something we found really good. And similarly, we can upload Excel into our library management system and also Mark Edit, because we work to Mark on our library system. So Mark Edit is a system, it's not open source, but that's also very good for doing like lots of bulk update and changes to library documentation.
Fantastic, thanks. And there's a question coming as well from Jamie Starr for Heather about use of non-collection staff in the project, and how did that work, and has it been a way of sort of building confidence within those staff, and perhaps also sort of advocacy, I think, within the organisation as more people understand documentation, which can be a bit.
Well, yeah, so the actual flood itself was discovered really early in the morning. So it was discovered by our cleaning staff to begin with, and then our facilities or maintenance team were first at the scene before the museum team could get there. So there was a lot of people involved, and lots of people kind of were amazing at helping out, kind of front of house. Everyone you could possibly imagine kind of dropped what they were doing to help us, because it was such a scary process at the beginning. And obviously at the time, it was very much kind of trying to on-site describe what we had to do, how we had to get them out, and verbally telling those people what to do. But in the grand scheme of it, we'd had the training, like some people hadn't. So it was very much kind of an eye-opener and some people were very interested in learning about it as well, and how to know what to do for the next. Hopefully there's not going to be a next emergency, but it's never as easy as that. So it was very much kind of that after the fact of whoever was interested in training them, giving them the correct tools in place for the next thing. But especially with costumes, because it's a lot more delicate, and we had a lot of silk and various things. So we just really wanted to make sure that everyone was confident and, ready equipped for just in case something happened again.
Excellent. Right, well, it seemed to go very quickly, but unfortunately we've come to the end of the time for questions. So thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to all the questioners. And I think I'm handing back over to Sarah, am I?
Hello, Alan. Slight change of plan. It's me just for a moment.
I am.
Thank you for all the questions, though. I just wanted to flag up before we have our closing remarks from Sarah, is that we have just launched a new offer at the Collections Trust. So you can see on screen here, we're offering a limited number of one-to-one advice surgeries for museums that want support with their inventory projects. So there is some criteria for it. So you need to be a museum in England, and also you need to have either an area of development or a required action. As from your accreditation assessment, there needs to be one of those actions. And it basically needs to say that you need to work on your inventory. So if you've got an AD or an RA relating to inventory from your accreditation assessment, then you're eligible to sign up for any of these one-to-ones. I'm going to put the link in the chat. But these are one-to-one, so it's like a Zoom call, maybe lasts about an hour and a half, and we can offer really like tailored support to your museum with like whether you're just beginning that inventory project or whether you've got kind of troubleshooting that you want to go through with us. And it'll either be myself or my colleagues Lindsay or Sarah as well. So do have a look at that. As well, on the What's On section of our website, we've got a whole section on the right-hand side about Banish the Backlog. So if you click on that, it'll always bring up kind of the offer that we've got on at the moment around inventory. Okay, so I'm just going to pass over to Sarah. We've got a couple of minutes left just to do the kind of closing and thank yous.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you, everyone. So I've just got a few thank yous to share for the day. So obviously all of the fantastic speakers today, it's been fascinating. I feel like I've got a lot of things to go away and think about. Thank you also to Anna for co-hosting with me, and to Anita Hollinshead, who put together the programme and liaised with all the speakers. Thank you also to Museum Development, Arts Council and Collections Trust colleagues for organising this training and for their support. Thank you also to captioners Joanne and Nicola from Stage Text, sorry, put my teeth in. Thank you to all of you, our attendees, for coming. The evaluation form is already in the chat. Please take the time to fill it in. It's really important that we get your feedback from all of our training sessions, this and others in MD, so that we can change and implement things and have suggestions for future training sessions, etc. So please take the time to do that. You will also be emailed the evaluation form. As we mentioned earlier, the session will go on YouTube at some point after today. So you can have a look at that when it comes. The other thing is to say there are museum development will be running sessions in relation to this. For example, Museum Development Midlands have a Banish the Backlog programme coming up. You can see details on their website. Have a look at your local museum development area to see what sessions they've got coming up. And then finally, I've got 2 minutes, which I'm not going to fill. But what I will say is I've been thinking about key takeaways from the day, and I have a few written down. But one thing I will say is I love the idea of having a data day. So have this focused day of documentation blocked out in your diary as a full team, staff and or volunteers, or in your volunteer run organisations, all of your volunteers, really focusing down on certain topics. I think that within your documentation, I just think that's such a good idea. So anyway, thank you again to all of you for coming. And it's been a really intensive day, but lovely to focus on documentation for the whole day. So please do fill in the evaluation, and good luck in your documentation work in your organisations. And thank you again for coming. Thanks again. Goodbye.